Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. LaToya. The motel smells like stale cigarettes and broken dreams. The wallpaper's peeling, the carpet's sticky, and the heater rattles like it's about to give out. But it's what we've got, for now. I'm lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, which has this weird brown stain that looks like someone tried to clean up a murder and just gave up halfway through. Zara's over by the little sink, scrubbing her makeup brushes like her life depends on it. "Girl, you're gonna scrub a hole through that brush," I mutter, not bothering to look over. She doesn't stop. "These cheap-ass dollar store brushes shed like a mangy dog. You want my eyeliner to look like it was drawn with a toddler's crayon? Didn't think so." I snort, rolling onto my side. "We're strippers, Zara, not makeup influencers. Nobody's checking your eyeliner when your titties are out." "Speak for yourself," she shoots back, glancing at me with a smirk. "Some of us are trying to create a brand." I sit up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. My body aches from last night. Heels too high, bastards grabbing too hard, and the nonstop grind of trying to hustle tips from men who think throwing a 20 makes them gods. Brand or not, we're still stuck in this crap hole, I say, waving a hand at the tiny room. "I'm sick of it, Zara. Sick of scraping by. Sick of eating ramen every night. Sick of—" I trail off, my voice catching. Zara stops scrubbing, leaning against the sink. "I know," she says softly. "I'm sick of it too." She walks over and flops onto the bed next to me, her legs crossed under her. She's still wearing her club lashes, long enough to swat flies with. And her hair's tied up in this messy-ass bun that somehow still looks good on her. "You ever think about going back home?" she asks, her voice quieter now. I shake my head. "Back to what? Maryland ain't got crap for me. My dad thinks I'm still job hunting, and my mom's already told me I'm a disappointment. What's there to go back to?" "Better than this," she mutters, glancing around the room. "You don't even have a home to go back to," I snap, immediately regretting it when I see the hurt flash across her face. "Thanks for the reminder," she says, rolling her eyes. "Damn, Zara, I didn't mean it like that." "It's fine," she says, brushing me off. "We're both in the same boat anyway." And she's right. Neither of us has anything to show for our lives right now. I've got a degree in English that's about as useful as a hole in my pocket, and Zara's still trying to figure out what the hell she even wants to do. We came to New York with big dreams and empty wallets, and now we're here, stripping for tips and sharing a single motel room. "It won't always be like this," Zara says suddenly, her voice firm. I raise an eyebrow. "You got a crystal ball I don't know about?" "No, but I've got determination," she says, grinning. "And these double Ds." I laugh, the sound harsh and unexpected. "Yeah, well, I hope your boobs have a better 5-year plan than I do." We sit in silence for a minute, the weight of everything settling over us. The kind of silence that makes you question every choice you've ever made. Finally, Zara sighs, standing up and stretching. "Come on, let's get ready. Another night, another dollar." I watch her walk over to the tiny closet we share, pulling out a sequined dress that barely counts as clothing. She's right. We've got work to do. But as I stand and start rummaging through my stuff, I can't help but wonder how much longer we can keep this up before it breaks us. Chapter 2. LaToya. The club is loud as hell, a constant thump-thump of bass rattling the walls like it's trying to knock the whole damn building down. Neon lights flash across the stage, making everything look cheap and electric, like a bootleg Vegas. I'm at the bar, adjusting my top while Zara leans over to whisper in my ear. That guy at table 4 keeps asking for you, says he wants a private dance. I glance over my shoulder, squinting through the haze of cigarette smoke and spilled drinks. Which one? The one with the sharp-ass jawline and the I own this crap energy, she says, smirking. I follow her gaze and spot him instantly. White guy, dangerous looking in a tailored suit that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. He's leaning back in his chair like he's bored out of his mind, but his eyes, they're locked on me, sharp and calculating. Great, I mutter. Another rich bastard who thinks money means I'll fall at his feet. Zara nudges me with her elbow. Money's money, girl, and he looks like he's got a lot of it. I sigh, grabbing my drink and downing the rest of it in one go. Fine, let's get this over with. Atta girl, Zara says, grinning. I walk over to his table, swaying my hips just enough to make it look natural. His eyes track me the whole way, and when I stop in front of him, he doesn't bother hiding the way he looks me up and down, like he's assessing me. You wanted to dance? I ask, keeping my voice smooth and detached. He smirks, leaning forward just enough that I catch a whiff of his cologne, something expensive and woodsy. Yeah, but not out here. Let's take it somewhere quieter. I narrow my eyes. The lounge costs extra. He chuckles, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and tossing it onto the table like it's Monopoly money. That enough? I glance at the stack, then back at him. For now. The lounge is dimly lit, with plush red couches and curtains that don't quite hide the fact that this place has seen better days. I lead him to a seat in the corner, trying not to let his intense stare get under my skin. Rules are simple, I say, turning to face him. No touching, no funny business. You got that? He leans back, stretching his arms along the back of the couch, like he owns the damn place. Got it. I start dancing, keeping my moves slow and deliberate. His eyes never leave me, and it's starting to piss me off how calm he looks, like he's in control even when he's supposed to be the one paying me to perform. After a few minutes, he speaks, his voice low and smooth. What's your name? Does it matter? I shoot back, keeping my tone neutral. It does to me, he says, his smirk widening. I roll my eyes. LaToya. LaToya, he repeats like he's trying it out. Nice name, I'm Apollo. Cool, I say flatly, spinning around and arching my back. He chuckles. You always this charming? You always this annoying? I fire back, turning to face him again. Fair enough, he says, holding up his hands in mock surrender. He's quiet for a while, watching me with those sharp-ass eyes that feel like they're peeling back layers I didn't even know I had. It's unsettling, but I keep moving, reminding myself that this is just another customer, another job. Then he says something that makes me pause. I own this building, you know. I stop mid-step, my hands dropping to my sides. The hell did you just say? I own the building, he repeats, his tone casual, like he's telling me the weather. Including this club. Bullcrap, I say, crossing my arms. He shrugs. Believe it or don't, doesn't change the facts. I narrow my eyes, trying to figure out what his angle is. Why are you telling me this? You trying to scare me? Not at all, he says, his smirk softening into something that almost looks genuine. I just thought it might put things into perspective. What perspective? I snap. The one where I ask you for a favor, he says, leaning forward. And you realize it might be worth your while to say yes. I stare at him, my heart pounding in my chest. What kind of favor? He smiles, and for the first time, it's not just cocky, it's dangerous. I need you to pretend to be my wife. I blink, sure I heard him wrong. The hell did you just say? You heard me, he says, his voice calm. I'll explain the details later, but it's an important function, and I need someone who looks convincing. I laugh, the sound harsh and sharp. You're out of your goddamn mind. Probably, he says, shrugging. But I'll pay you $100,000. The words slap me across the face like that girl from last month, and for a second, I can't breathe. 100 grand? Cash, he says, leaning back again. Up front. I stare at him, my mind racing. $100,000? That's not just rent money, that's life-changing money. But the way he's looking at me, like he knows exactly how desperate I am, makes me want to throw the deal back in his face. I'll think about it, I say finally, my voice cold. Fair enough, he says, standing and straightening his suit. I'll see you tomorrow night. And just like that, he's gone, leaving me standing in the lounge with my head spinning.
Chapter 3. Apollo. The city lights blur past as I take the West Side Highway back to my condo. The hum of the engine usually calms me down, but tonight it's just background noise to the chaos in my head. What the hell am I doing? Seriously. Asking a stripper to pretend to be my wife? That's gotta be one of the dumbest ideas I've ever had, and I've had plenty of bad ideas. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. It's not like I had a ton of options, though. I need someone who's not going to pop up on the usual radars. No social media influencers. No rich girls with Ivy League last names. I need someone smart, adaptable, and, most importantly, completely off the grid. LaToya fits the bill. I'm not going to lie, she's been in my head for a while now. First time I saw her was about a month ago on the corner of 149th and 3rd. She was heading into the club, wearing this little black jacket and heels that looked like they could kill a man. Her hair was braided down her back, and she had this look on her face, sharp, focused, like she wasn't about to let anyone screw with her. I was parked across the street dealing with some crap from the club manager when she walked by. One look, and it was like she'd been burned into my brain. I shook it off at the time. Thought, okay, she's hot. Whatever. Keep it moving. But then I saw her again, and again, and each time it was like the universe was trying to make sure I didn't forget her. The way she moves, the way she looks at people like she's daring them to try her, it's magnetic. And now, here I am, roping her into my crap like a goddamn lunatic. I pull into the parking garage of my building, cutting the engine and leaning back in the seat. For a second, I just sit there, staring at the concrete wall in front of me. Maybe I should have gone with someone else. Someone who wouldn't look at me like I'd lost my damn mind when I asked them to fake a marriage. But the truth is, I trust her. Yeah, I barely know her. But I've been watching her long enough to know she's sharp as hell. She doesn't trust easy, which means if I can get her to trust me, she'll stick to the deal. I run a hand through my hair, sighing. Damn, I mutter under my breath. You're really doing this, huh? I grab my phone, scrolling through my contacts until I find the number I need. I hit call, waiting as it rings twice before a gruff voice answers. What's up? It's me, I say, my tone clipped. Everything's in motion. Got the perfect person for the job. You sure about that? The voice asks, skeptical. Yeah, I say firmly. She's perfect. Just gotta convince her to stick around. I hang up, sliding out of the car and heading toward the elevator. The lobby is empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights. By the time I step into my condo, the weight of the day is hitting me hard. The place is cold, sterile, floor-to-ceiling windows, sleek furniture, and not a single thing that feels like home. I glance at the kitchen counter where a half-empty bottle of whiskey sits next to an untouched glass. I pour myself a drink, leaning against the counter and staring out at the city below. Somewhere out there, LaToya's probably telling Zara about the insane white guy who offered her $100,000 to fake marry him. She'll take it, I say out loud, trying to convince myself as much as anything. And if she doesn't, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. For now, all I can do is wait.
Chapter 4. LaToya. The bass from the club is pounding, vibrating through my bones like it's trying to shake me apart. I'm on my third dance of the night, and my feet already hurt. It's gonna be one of those nights. I can feel it. The guy I'm dancing for is your average douchebag in a cheap suit, throwing 20s around like they're hundreds. He reeks of whiskey and bad decisions, and the way he's looking at me, like I'm a goddamn buffet he can't wait to dig into. You having fun, baby? I ask, keeping my tone smooth, even though my stomach's twisting. He grins, leaning back in his chair. Oh, I'm having plenty of fun, but you could make it better. I roll my eyes internally, but keep smiling. What you see is what you get, sweetheart. His grin fades and he sits up, grabbing my wrist. I think you can do better than that. I yank my arm back, narrowing my eyes. No touching, you know the rules. He smirks, leaning forward. Rules don't apply to me, baby. You're going to give me what I want. The hell I am? I don't think so. I snap, stepping back. You're done. Dance over. Take your broke ass somewhere else. I start to walk away, but he grabs my arm again, yanking me back so hard I almost trip. Hey, I shout, trying to pull free. Let go of me. Before I can even process what's happening, someone steps between us. Let her go. The voice is low, sharp, and cold enough to make my blood freeze. I look up and see Apollo, standing there like some avenging angel in a tailored suit. The guy doesn't let go. Who the hell are you? Apollo doesn't answer. He just moves, his fist connecting with the guy's jaw so fast it's a blur. The bastard goes down like a sack of bricks, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Jesus, I mutter, staring at the guy sprawled out on the ground. Was that necessary? Apollo turns to me, his expression calm, like he didn't just knock a man unconscious in the middle of a club. He touched you. I had it under control, I say, crossing my arms even though my heart's still racing. Didn't look like it, he replies, raising an eyebrow. I open my mouth to argue, but shut it again. He's not wrong, and I hate that. The bouncer comes over, taking one look at the guy on the floor before dragging him off like it's just another Tuesday. The whole scene lasts maybe 2 minutes, but it feels like forever. You okay? Apollo asks, his voice softer now. I nod, brushing off my arms even though the guy's grip is still burning on my skin. Yeah, I'm fine. You're welcome, he says, smirking. Don't push it, I snap, even though I feel a flicker of gratitude I'm not about to admit. Apollo tilts his head, studying me like he's trying to figure out a puzzle. You thought any more about my offer? I sigh, running a hand through my hair. You really think this is a normal thing to ask somebody? No, he admits, shrugging. But I'm not a normal guy. Well, you've got that right, I mutter. He steps closer, his voice dropping low enough that I have to strain to hear him. I'm serious, LaToya. $100,000, one night, that's it. And then what? I ask, narrowing my eyes. You just disappear and I'm left holding the bag? He shakes his head. I'll handle everything. All you have to do is smile, play the part, and cash the check. I stare at him, trying to figure out if he's for real. He doesn't look away. His eyes steady and calm, like he's completely sure of himself. Why me? I ask finally. Because I need someone smart. Someone who knows how to handle themselves. And someone who doesn't come with strings. That's a hell of a compliment for someone you barely know, I say, crossing my arms. He smirks again. I know enough. He steps back, pulling a card from his pocket and handing it to me. Think about it. I'll be around. And then he's gone, walking out of the club like he owns the place. I look down at the card in my hand, my stomach twisting. His name is printed in bold letters, along with a number and nothing else. No company, no logo, just Apollo. I tuck it into my bra, my mind racing. For the first time, the idea doesn't seem so crazy. Chapter 5. LaToya. The motel room is hotter than hell, and the rattling AC is doing nothing but making noise. To kick off my heels, tossing them into the corner, and collapse onto the bed like my bones don't work anymore. Zara's perched on the windowsill, fanning herself with a piece of junk mail we got shoved under the door earlier. She looks over at me, her eyebrow raised. Rough night. You don't even know, I mutter, draping an arm over my face. Well, spill, she says, hopping off the windowsill and plopping down next to me. I need some tea to distract me from this sweatbox. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. You remember that guy at the lounge, Apollo? Zara nods, grinning. The one who looks like he walked out of a GQ shoot? Yeah, I remember. Well, he showed up again tonight, I say, leaning back on my hands. Zara's grin widens. And he knocked a dude out cold for getting handsy, I reply, shaking my head. Her eyes go wide. For real? Damn, that's kinda hot. I roll my eyes. Hot? Zara, he's crazy. Who does that? Someone who doesn't want to see you get screwed with, she says, shrugging. What's the problem? The problem, I say, sitting up straighter, is that after he played hero, he brought up his offer again. You know, the fake marriage crap. Zara gasps, slapping her hands on her thighs. He's still on that? Girl, what'd you say? I told him I'd think about it, I admit, groaning. Zara stares at me like I've grown a second head. You said you'd think about it? Are you out of your goddamn mind? What the hell was I supposed to do? I snap. Say no and have him keep pushing? I needed him to back off. Zara stands up, pacing the tiny room. LaToya, do you realize what this means? He's serious. Like, for real serious. This could be your golden ticket. To what? Getting tangled up in some rich white guy's drama? No thanks, I say. Flopping back onto the bed, Zara stops pacing and stares at me. You mean to tell me you're just gonna walk away from $100,000? LaToya, that's not drama. That's freedom. That's rent, bills, groceries, a life. I groan, throwing a pillow over my face. It's not that simple. Bull, Zara says, yanking the pillow off me. You don't even know what he wants yet. He could be one of those harmless rich weirdos who just needs a pretty face for a night. You could show up, smile, shake a few hands, and walk out with more money than we've seen in our whole lives. And what if he's dangerous? I ask, sitting up. What if this is some kind of trap? Zara crosses her arms, narrowing her eyes at me. You really think a dude who owns the building the club's in is gonna risk all that just to pull some shady crap with you? Nah, sis. He could have had any girl in there. And he picked you. That means something. I sigh, rubbing my temples. I don't know, Zara. It feels off. What feels off is this motel, she says, motioning around us. What feels off is splitting a pack of ramen 3 ways because we can't afford a real meal. LaToya, this is your chance to get out of this, to get us both out. I glance at her, my chest tightening. Zara doesn't ask for much, but I can see it in her eyes. She's tired, just like me. Tired of this place. Tired of this life. And what if I screw it up? I whisper. Then at least you tried, she says, sitting next to me again. But I don't think you will. You're smart, Toya. You've got this. I look down at my hands, Apollo's card burning a hole in my bra like it's made of fire. I'll think about it, I say finally, my voice low. Zara grins, nudging me with her shoulder. That's my girl. Just think about all the crap you could do with that money. An apartment, a car, maybe even starting that writing career you keep talking about. Don't start, I mutter, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. All I'm saying, Zara says, standing and heading toward the bathroom, is that sometimes you gotta take a risk to win big. And this could be your jackpot. As the bathroom door shuts, I lean back against the bed, pulling the card from my bra and staring at it. Apollo. Just his name. No last name. No address. Just a number. I don't know if this is the opportunity of a lifetime or a one-way ticket to disaster. But for $100 grand, I might just be willing to find out. Chapter 6. LaToya. The sun's barely up, but the light sneaks through the ragged curtains anyway, lighting up the motel room in the worst possible way. Everything looks more depressing in daylight. The stained carpet, the peeling wallpaper, the chipped dresser Zara shoved her heels under last night. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and I groan, rolling over to check it. The screen flashes Dad in bold letters, and my stomach sinks. Crap. I sit up, running a hand through my hair before answering. Hey, Daddy. LaToya. His voice is sharp, like he's been rehearsing this call. We need to talk. Good morning to you too, I mutter, already bracing myself. I got a call from one of the ladies at church, he says, and I can hear the judgment dripping off every word. She said she heard some things about you, things I'm hoping aren't true. I close my eyes, my chest tightening. What things? Don't play dumb with me, girl, he snaps. She said you're working at a club, dancing. I swallow hard, my mind racing. Who even told you that? Doesn't matter who told me, he fires back. What matters is whether it's true. Is it, LaToya? I pause, my hands shaking as I clutch the phone. It's not what you think, I say finally. Oh, it's not? He says, his tone rising. So you're not up there exposing your body for strangers? You're not embarrassing yourself and this family? Daddy, stop, I snap, my voice cracking. You don't understand? Then make me understand, he says, his voice dropping to that dangerous tone he always used when I was a kid. Because from where I'm standing, you've got a degree in English and a head full of excuses. What the hell happened to you? The words summon a pit of nausea from the bottom of my stomach, and I feel my throat tighten. I've been trying, I whisper. You don't know how hard it is out here, okay? I've applied to jobs. I've gone to interviews. But no one's hiring. This is just temporary. Temporary, he scoffs. Temporary like the last 6 months you've been avoiding coming home? Temporary like you lying to your mother and me about what you're doing up there? Do you think I want this? I snap, my voice louder now. Do you think I like living in a crappy motel and scraping by on tips? This isn't what I wanted, Daddy, but it's what I've got. There's a heavy silence on the other end of the line, and for a second, I think he might hang up. "You're better than this, LaToya," he says finally, his voice quieter but no less cutting. "You know you are." I bite my lip, trying to keep the tears from spilling over. "I know," I whisper. "You need to figure out what you're doing with your life," he continues, his tone firm. "Because this isn't it." "Okay," I say, barely able to get the word out. "I mean it, LaToya," he presses. "Your mother and I raised you better than this." "I said okay," I snap, my voice breaking. There's another silence, heavy and uncomfortable, before he speaks again. "We're praying for you," he says, his voice softer now. "I hope you figure it out, baby." The line clicks, and he's gone. I sit there for a moment, staring at the phone like it's going to give me answers, but all I feel is hollow. Zara stirs from the other bed, blinking sleepily. "What the hell was that about?" "My dad," I mutter, tossing the phone onto the mattress. "Damn," she says, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "What'd he want?" "To remind me what a failure I am," I say bitterly, scrubbing at my face. Zara frowns, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. "You're not a failure, LaToya. You're just figuring stuff out." "Yeah, well, according to him, I'm doing it wrong," I mutter. Zara stands and stretches, then walks over to my bed, flopping down next to me. "You know what you need. A plan." I snort. "Oh, a plan? Why didn't I think of that?" She rolls her eyes. "I'm serious. You need something to shut him up, something big." "Like what?" I ask, throwing up my hands. She grins, leaning in close. "Like that deal with Apollo, $100 grand? You could walk into your dad's house in Maryland wearing diamonds and a fur coat." "Tell him to eat his judgment," I groan, flopping back onto the bed. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "Nope," she says, smirking. "Because I'm right, and you know it." I stare at the ceiling, my dad's voice still echoing in my head. Zara's right. He doesn't need to know the details, just the headline. LaToya's doing fine. And $100 grand? That's more than fine. "Fine," I say finally, my voice firm. "I'll call him." Zara grins, clapping her hands together. "That's my girl." "But if this blows up in my face," I warn, pointing at her, "I'm taking you down with me." "Deal," she says, her grin widening. I shake my head, but deep down I know she's right. This might be my shot to finally get my crap together, and I'm not about to let it pass me by.
Chapter 7. Apollo, the club's a zoo tonight. It's louder than usual, the bass pounding so hard it feels like my ribs are vibrating, and the crowd looks like they just got let out of a cage. Perfect. I step inside, ignoring the bouncer's nod and the waitress who flashes me a too bright smile. My eyes scan the room, but I already know who I'm looking for. LaToya. She's on the stage, mid-spin around the pole, and every poor bastard in the room is eating out of her hand. She's wearing this red outfit that leaves damn near nothing to the imagination, her body moving like she's got the whole routine down to muscle memory. But it's her face that grabs me. Calm, focused, like she's in control even when every bastard in the room is drooling over her. I make my way to the bar, waving over Zara, who's serving drinks like she's running a marathon. "She free tonight?" I ask, nodding toward LaToya. Zara smirks, leaning in. "Depends. You gonna play nice, or are you about to drop another bomb on her?" "Maybe both," I reply, sliding a couple of hundreds onto the bar. Zara whistles low, shaking her head. "You don't do subtle, do you?" "Never been my style," I say, smirking. "Now go tell her I'm here." Zara grabs the cash and tucks it into her bra. "All right, boss man, give me a minute." I watch as she walks over to the stage, leaning up to whisper something in LaToya's ear. LaToya glances over, her eyes locking on mine for half a second before she finishes her routine. When she steps off the stage, I'm already heading toward the lounge. The room is quieter, but not by much. The curtains don't block out the bass, and the couches look like they've seen more butt than a strip mall mattress store. Still, it's private enough. LaToya walks in a minute later, her heels clicking against the floor. She's still wearing the red outfit, but she's got a towel slung over her shoulder like she's just finished a workout. "You again," she says, crossing her arms. "Miss me?" I reply, leaning back on the couch. "Not even a little," she shoots back. But there's a flicker of something in her eyes, curiosity maybe. She sits down across from me, her expression guarded. "So, you gonna keep showing up here? Or are you finally gonna tell me what the hell this is really about?" I raise an eyebrow. "I already told you. I need a wife. Temporary. Fake." "Yeah, because that's totally normal," she mutters, rolling her eyes. "You do this often?" "Nope. First time," I say. "Lucky me," she says dryly. I smirk, leaning forward. "Look, I'm not here to lie to you, LaToya. I need someone smart, someone who can play the part, and someone who's not connected to the rest of my world. You check all the boxes." She snorts. Wow, what a glowing endorsement. I pull a thick envelope out of my pocket and toss it onto the table between us. It lands with a satisfying thud. "What's that?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. "Half up front," I say. 50 grand. The other 50 when the job's done. She stares at the envelope like it's a snake, her lips pressing into a thin line. "You really think throwing money around is gonna make me jump? And anyway, I thought you said I'd get all of it up front in cash." "No," I reply, my voice calm. "But I think you're smart enough to know this kind of money doesn't come around often." She's quiet for a long moment, her fingers drumming against the edge of the table. "What's the catch?" she asks finally. "No catch," I say. "You show up, play the part, and walk away with more money than most people see in a year. And if I screw it up..." "You won't," I say, my tone firm. Her eyes narrow. "You're awfully confident for someone asking a stripper to fake marry him." I grin. "That's because I know you're better at this than you give yourself credit for." She leans back, crossing her arms. "And you're sure this isn't gonna blow up in my face?" "As long as you follow my lead, you'll be fine," I say. "This isn't my first rodeo." What the hell is that supposed to mean? Didn't he just say he's never done this before? She lets out a sharp laugh. "That's supposed to make me feel better?" "No," I admit. "But the 50 grand should." Her lips twitch like she's fighting a smile. Finally, she picks up the envelope, weighing it in her hands. "All right," she says, her voice steady. "I'll do it." I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. Smart choice. "Don't make me regret it," she warns, standing up. "You won't, I promise." She turns to leave, but stops at the door, glancing back over her shoulder. "You better make this worth it, Apollo." "Oh, I will," I say, smirking. And then she's gone, leaving me alone in the lounge with a hell of a lot more confidence than I had when I walked in.
Chapter 8. LaToya. The first time Apollo takes me to Manhattan, it feels like I've stepped into a different planet. The city smells better here, or maybe it's just the lack of burnt pretzels and garbage trucks. Everything is sleek, shiny, and stupidly expensive. Even the people walking their dogs look like they just stepped off a runway. I glance at Apollo, sitting next to me in the back of the black SUV he insisted on sending to the Bronx to pick Zara and me up. He's scrolling through his phone like he's got a $1 billion deal on hold, completely unbothered by how out of place I feel. "Is it always like this up here?" I ask, looking out the tinted window. He doesn't even glance up. "Like what?" "Like rich," I say, motioning to a guy walking his Pomeranian in a Burberry dog sweater. Apollo finally looks at me, a smirk tugging at his lips. Get used to it. Zara leans over from the other seat, tapping me on the arm. Girl, do you see that store? That's Gucci. Gucci, LaToya. I've only ever seen it in magazines. Relax, I mutter, trying to play it cool even though I feel the same way. Apollo raises an eyebrow, his smirk growing. You two act like you've never been south of 110th Street. Because we haven't, Zara shoots back. Not unless the train was rerouted. I can't help but laugh, shaking my head. Ignore her. She gets like this when she's excited. I can see that, Apollo says, chuckling. We pull up to this towering glass building in Midtown, and my stomach flips. There's a doorman waiting, and Apollo steps out first, holding the door for me like he's my chauffeur or something. Where are we? I ask, looking up at the building like it might swallow me whole. A friend's place, he says, his tone casual. I glance at Zara, who's grinning like an idiot. What kind of friend lives in a building like this? The kind with good taste, Apollo replies, motioning for us to follow him inside. The lobby is ridiculous. Marble floors, a chandelier the size of our motel room, and art on the walls that probably cost more than my degree. Zara practically skips over to the front desk, running her fingers over the polished surface. Don't touch anything, I hiss, grabbing her arm. Apollo smirks, clearly amused. Relax, LaToya, you're with me. He nods at the guy behind the desk, who just gives him a polite smile before waving us toward the elevator. When we step inside the apartment, my jaw damn near hits the floor. Floor-to-ceiling windows, furniture that looks like it came out of Architectural Digest, and a view of the city that makes me dizzy just looking at it. Zara spins in a circle, her arms wide. This is insane. LaToya, look at this place. I'm looking, I say, trying not to let my awe show too much. Apollo watches us, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. You're not impressed, are you? Should I be? I reply, raising an eyebrow. He grins. You're hard to read, you know that? Good, I say, folding my arms. Keeps things interesting. Zara flops onto the massive white couch, running her hands over the soft fabric. Apollo, can I live here? Just for like a week? I'll clean, I swear. Don't tempt me, he says, chuckling. I roll my eyes, sitting down in one of the sleek armchairs. All right, so what's the plan? You gonna wine and dine us, or are we just here to gawk at rich people stuff? He straightens, his smirk fading just a little. First, you're getting a new wardrobe. Excuse me? I ask, raising an eyebrow. If you're gonna play the part, you need to look the part, he says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. I glance at Zara, who looks like she might explode from excitement. We're going shopping? She whispers. Guess so, I mutter, standing up. Apollo motions for us to follow him. Let's go, I've got a stylist waiting. A stylist? Zara squeals, practically bouncing as we head back to the elevator. Calm down, I say, trying not to smile. But as we step back outside and into the waiting car, I can't help but feel a little buzz of excitement. The next few hours are a blur of high-end stores, champagne and crystal glasses, and more designer labels than I've ever seen in my life. Zara's in heaven, twirling in front of mirrors and snapping pictures of everything. I try on dress after dress, watching Apollo out of the corner of my eye as he nods his approval or shakes his head. By the time we're done, I'm exhausted. But I have to admit, I've never looked this good in my life. As we pile back into the SUV, Zara practically glowing with excitement, Apollo glances at me. You still think this is crazy? Absolutely, I say, smirking. Good, he replies, his grin sharp. Crazy makes life interesting. And for the first time, I think he might actually be right. Chapter 9. LaToya. The shoes alone are worth more than my entire rent bill for the last year. Well, if I actually had a place that wasn't a busted-ass motel room. I stare at them. Black leather with a red sole, shining like they were made for royalty. Don't get too attached, I mutter to myself, sliding them off my feet and placing them neatly by the closet door. The closet, by the way, is bigger than the entire room Zara and I share. Floor-to-ceiling racks of designer stuff I didn't even know existed until Apollo started playing personal stylist. Dresses, coats, shoes, purses, it's all here and it's all mine. For now. I sit down on the bed, which is stupidly soft, like I'm sinking into a cloud. I should feel like I'm on top of the world, like I've made it. But instead, there's this tight knot in my stomach that won't go away. Zara walks in, holding a glass of champagne like it's an everyday thing. "This place is ridiculous," she says, flopping onto the couch by the window. "I mean, come on. Look at this view." I glance over and yeah, the view is something else. Manhattan glittering like a damn jewelry box, but I can't stop my brain from wandering. "Something's off about him," I say finally. Zara turns, raising an eyebrow. "Apollo? What do you mean?" "I don't know," I admit, rubbing my temples. I don't know how to explain it. He's charming, but there's something dangerous about him. Like he's always 2 seconds away from snapping." Zara laughs, sipping her champagne. "Girl, he's rich. They're all like that. You think you get money like his by being nice and playing fair?" "That's not what I mean," I say, shaking my head. "It's more than that. He's got this edge. Like he's always 10 steps ahead of everybody in the room." "And that bothers you?" Zara asks, tilting her head. "Hell yeah, it bothers me," I snap. "You think I trust guys like that? He's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart, Zara. He's got an angle, and I don't know what it is yet." Zara shrugs, setting her glass on the coffee table. "So find out. Play along, keep your eyes open, and when this is all done, walk away with $100 grand in your pocket." I let out a heavy sigh, leaning back against the headboard. "You make it sound so easy." "It is easy," she says, grinning. "You're the one overthinking it. You're literally living the dream right now. Free clothes, free food, a fancy-ass condo, and all you have to do is smile and play dress-up for a little while." She's not wrong, but it still doesn't sit right with me. There's something about Apollo that feels dangerous. The way he looks at people, like he's sizing them up. The way he always knows exactly what to say to get what he wants. "Do you ever wonder how he got his money?" I ask. Zara snorts. "Probably something shady. I mean, who gives a crap? Rich is rich." "I give a crap," I say firmly. "Because if this goes sideways, I'm the one who's gonna get caught in the crossfire." Before Zara can reply, there's a knock at the door. We both freeze, exchanging a quick glance. "It's me," Apollo's voice calls from the other side. Zara stands, smoothing her dress. "Showtime," she whispers, winking at me before opening the door. Apollo steps in, looking like he just walked off the cover of GQ. His suit is tailored to perfection, and his expression is calm, but there's something in his eyes that makes my skin prickle. "Ladies," he says, his voice smooth as silk. "Enjoying yourselves?" "Living the dream," Zara says, plopping back onto the couch. Apollo looks at me, his gaze steady. "And you?" "It's nice," I say, keeping my tone even. "But I still don't know what you're getting out of all this." He smirks, leaning against the wall. "I told you. I need a wife for an important event. You help me, I help you. It's a win-win." And that's it? I ask, narrowing my eyes. There's nothing else I need to know? He steps closer, his smirk fading. You're smart, LaToya. You wouldn't be here if you weren't, but I don't give second chances. So if you're having doubts, now's the time to walk away. The tension in the room is thick, and for a second, I consider telling him to shove his offer and leave. But then I think about my dad's voice on the phone, the motel, the life I've been scraping by to survive. I'm in, I say finally, my voice steady. Apollo's smirk returns and he nods. Good, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Be ready. He leaves as quickly as he came, and Zara lets out a low whistle. Girl, you got balls? I'll give you that. I laugh, but it's shaky. Yeah, well, I just hope I didn't sign up for something I can't handle. Zara grins, raising her glass. If you did, at least you'll look good doing it. I roll my eyes, but deep down I know this is just the beginning. And with Apollo, who the hell knows what's coming next? This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Apollo. The office is quiet, save for the faint hum of the city outside. I'm sitting at the head of the massive oak conference table, a legal pad in front of me, scrawled with half a dozen ideas, and none of them are good enough. I glance at Zane, my right-hand man, who's leaning back in his chair, scrolling through his phone like this isn't the most important stuff I've asked him to help with all year. Zane, I snap, tapping my pen against the table. He looks up, raising an eyebrow. What? You gonna help me? Or are you just here for the free coffee? Zane smirks, setting his phone down. You're the one who decided to fake marry a stripper, Apollo. Excuse me if I'm not sure how to plan a meet the parents moment for that. I glare at him, but he doesn't flinch. He never does. She's not just a stripper, I say firmly. And her dad's coming into town. I need this to go off without a hitch. Why do you even care what her dad thinks? He asks, leaning forward. Because it's part of the deal, I reply, my voice sharp. If she's gonna play the part, I need her to believe in it. That means impressing her family, making it look legit. Zane snorts. Do you mean making her believe you're not an idiot for dragging her into this? Same thing, I mutter, jotting down another note. He shakes his head, grinning. All right, fine. What do you have so far? Dinner, I say, pointing at the list. Someplace fancy, but not too over the top. I don't want to look like I'm trying too hard. Zane nods. Makes sense. Where? Figaro, I say. Quiet, private room, good wine list. Solid, Zane says, giving me a thumbs up. What else? I need to know everything about her dad, I say, leaning forward. What he likes, what he hates, his hobbies, his politics. If he collects goddamn stamps, I want to know about it. Zane whistles. That's some CIA-level stuff. You want me to dig? That's why you're here, I say, smirking. You're good at this kind of thing. Plus, you owe me for getting your butt out of that mess in Jersey last year. Touché, Zane mutters, pulling out his laptop. I stand up, pacing the room as Zane starts typing. I'll also need a story, I say, mostly to myself. How we met, how long we've been together, all that crap. It needs to be airtight. Zane glances up. Just tell him you met her at the club. Real romantic. Yeah, because that'll go over great, I snap. No, it has to be something believable. Something that'll make him think she's better off with me than wherever the hell she's been. How about college sweethearts? Zane offers. I shake my head. Too much history to fake. Keep it simple. Maybe we met at a fundraiser or through mutual friends. Zane grins. How about you saved her from a burning building? Instant hero points. Be serious, I growl, glaring at him. All right, he says, holding up his hands. Fundraiser works. Makes you look charitable like you're not a complete jerk. I jot it down, nodding. Good. We'll go with that. Zane leans back in his chair again, watching me with a lazy smirk. You know, you're putting a lot of effort into this for a guy who swears he doesn't give a damn. I give a damn about getting this done right, I say firmly. Uh-huh, he says, clearly not convinced. I ignore him, focusing on the list in front of me. I'll need a new suit, something that says, respectable husband material. And make sure the florist delivers something nice to the table. Roses or whatever the hell her dad's into. Zane snickers. You sound like a groom planning a wedding. I stop, narrowing my eyes at him. You got something better to do, Zane? Nope, he says, shaking his head with a grin. This is better than Netflix. By the time we wrap up, I've got a full plan in place. Dinner at Figaro, a polished backstory, and a charm offensive that should have her dad eating out of my hand. But as Zane packs up his laptop and heads out, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't just about impressing her father. Because for some reason, I actually want her to believe this too.
Chapter 11. LaToya. I'm standing in the middle of Apollo's condo, staring at the rack of clothes he had delivered earlier like it's some kind of alien invasion. Dresses, skirts, blouses, all the kind of stuff you see on TV when they're trying to make someone look like they've got their life together. Does he think I'm about to star in The Real Housewives? I mutter, flipping through a dress with so many sparkles it looks like a disco ball. Zara's sitting on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Girl, you better stop complaining and pick something. Your dad's gonna be here tomorrow. I glare at her. Why are you so calm? You don't have to pretend to be married to a millionaire. Zara grins. Yeah, but I get to watch you stress out about it. And that's better than reality TV. Before I can throw something at her, Apollo walks in, holding a steaming cup of coffee like he's some kind of runway model for rich white dudes. You're still not ready? He asks, raising an eyebrow. I cross my arms. What exactly am I supposed to be ready for? My dad's not even here yet. He sets the coffee down and leans against the counter, his smirk firmly in place. You think you can just wing this? LaToya, you're good, but you're not that good. I roll my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perfect. Not all of us grew up with etiquette lessons in private school. Apollo chuckles, shaking his head. You're missing the point. This isn't about manners. It's about convincing your dad that you're married to me and that you're happy about it. Well, maybe you should have picked someone better at lying. I snap. Too late now, he says, walking over to the rack of clothes. He pulls out a sleek black dress and hands it to me. Start with this. You look good in black. I snatch the dress out of his hand, glaring at him. Fine, but if this backfires, it's on you. It won't, he says, his tone confident. Now, let's work on your story. My story? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Yes, our story, he corrects, sitting on the couch across from Zara. How we met, how we fell in love, why we decided to get married. This is some Lifetime movie crap, I mutter, but I sit down anyway. All right, Apollo says, leaning forward. We met at a fundraiser. I was there as a donor, and you were volunteering. I blink. Volunteering? Do I look like the volunteering type? It's called backstory, he says, smirking. Stick with me here. Fine, I say, crossing my arms. What was the fundraiser for? Cancer research, he says without missing a beat. Zara snickers. That's a good one. Makes you both look like saints. Apollo shoots her a look before turning back to me. You were helping out, and I couldn't take my eyes off you. I asked you out, you said no, and I spent weeks convincing you to give me a chance. I snort. Weeks? Try months. Fine, months, he says, rolling his eyes. But eventually you gave in because you realized I wasn't going to stop until you said yes. Zara fake swoons from the couch. Oh my God, it's so romantic, I'm gonna cry. Shut up, I snap, throwing a pillow at her. Apollo grins, clearly enjoying himself. We got married in a small ceremony, just a few close friends, and now we're living in wedded bliss. Wedded bliss, I repeat, my voice flat. Sure, sounds believable. You're gonna have to sell it, he says, leaning closer. That means no rolling your eyes, no smart-ass comments, and no glaring at me like you want to kill me. I glare at him. Like this? Exactly like that, he says, smirking. Zara stands, grabbing her phone. All right, let me play the dad. I'll ask the questions, and you two answer like the happy couple you're pretending to be. I groan, but Apollo nods. Good idea. Let's do it. Zara clears her throat, putting on an exaggerated serious face. So, Apollo, how did you know LaToya was the one? Apollo doesn't hesitate. She made me laugh. Nobody ever does that, but she did. And she has this way of looking at you that makes you feel like the only person in the room. I blink, caught off guard by how natural he sounds. Wow, okay. Zara turns to me. And LaToya, what do you love most about Apollo? I open my mouth, then close it, scrambling for something to say. Finally, I blurt out, he's persistent, and he's not as much of a jerk as he looks. Apollo laughs, shaking his head. We'll work on that one. You better, I mutter, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. For the next hour, we go through every possible question my dad might ask, and by the end of it, I'm exhausted. You'll be fine, Apollo says as I stand to leave. Just stick to the story. Yeah, I say, grabbing the black dress off the couch. This better work, Apollo. It will, he says, his voice calm and confident. Just trust me. I don't say anything, but as I walk back to my room, I can't help but feel like trusting him might be the hardest part of this whole damn charade. Chapter 12. LaToya. I'm pacing the damn lobby of Apollo's building, my heels clicking against the marble floor like a ticking clock. My stomach is in knots, and I'm pretty sure I've already sweated through this expensive-ass black dress he made me wear. Stop pacing, Zara hisses, sitting on one of the sleek couches. She's scrolling on her phone like we're not about to face my dad, who's probably already suspicious as hell. Easy for you to say, I snap, spinning to face her. You're not the one about to lie through your teeth to your own father. Zara smirks, not looking up. Girl, you've been lying to him for months. What's one more day? Before I can come up with a good comeback, the glass doors slide open, and in walks my dad. Same suit he always wears to church, pressed and neat, with his Bible tucked under his arm like he's about to start preaching. My stomach drops. LaToya, he says, his deep voice booming across the lobby. Daddy, I manage, forcing a smile and walking up to him. He looks me up and down, his expression unreadable. You look nice. Fancy. Thanks, I mutter, glancing nervously toward the elevator. And this building, he says, looking around. Is this where you live now? Yeah, I say, clearing my throat. It's temporary. Before he can ask another question, Apollo appears, stepping out of the elevator like he owns the world. He's in one of those tailored suits that fit him too damn well, his smile cool and collected. Mr. James, he says, holding out a hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. My dad looks him over, taking his time before shaking his hand. And you are? Apollo, he says, his tone smooth as silk. LaToya's husband. There's a beat of silence, and I swear you could hear a pin drop. Husband, my dad repeats, his eyes narrowing as he looks at me. Since when? Since last year, I blurt out, cursing myself internally for how shaky I sound. Apollo steps in, his voice steady and calm. It was a small ceremony, just close friends. We didn't want to make a big fuss. My dad's gaze shifts back to Apollo, sizing him up like he's trying to decide if he's about to throw hands. And what do you do, Apollo? I'm an investor, Apollo replies easily. Real estate mostly. Real estate? My dad repeats, his tone skeptical. Yes, sir, Apollo says, nodding. In fact, I own the building where LaToya and I met. She was volunteering at a fundraiser there. And well, the rest is history. I almost choke on the lies, but Apollo doesn't even flinch. And what exactly drew you to my daughter? My dad asks, his voice low and measured. Apollo doesn't miss a beat. Her intelligence, her kindness, the way she carries herself with grace, even in difficult situations. I stare at him, my heart pounding. Where the hell is he pulling this from? My dad raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. That so? Yes, sir, Apollo says, his voice steady. LaToya's one of a kind. I'm lucky to have her. The tension hangs in the air as my dad stares him down. But Apollo doesn't blink. Finally, my dad nods, his expression softening slightly. Well, I suppose if she chose you, you must be doing something right. Apollo smiles, stepping back. Why don't we head upstairs? I've arranged dinner. My dad glances at me, his suspicion still lingering. Dinner, huh? Let's see how this goes. As we ride the elevator up, I can feel my dad watching me, but I avoid his gaze, focusing on the numbers lighting up above the door. You've been busy, he says finally, his tone quiet but sharp. You could say that, I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. You could have told us, he says, his gaze piercing. It happened so fast. I lie, my palms sweating. And you weren't exactly letting me break the news when you called last. When we step into the apartment, my dad's face changes, his eyes widening at the sheer luxury of it all. The floor-to-ceiling windows, the art on the walls, the perfectly set table in the dining room. It's all designed to impress. Apollo gestures toward the table. Please, make yourself comfortable. My dad nods, but as he sits, I can see the gears turning in his head. He's not convinced. Dinner is tense. Apollo carries most of the conversation, talking about his investments and his plans for the future. But my dad isn't making it easy. And what about you, LaToya? My dad asks suddenly, his eyes locking onto mine. What are your plans? I freeze, my fork hovering mid-air. Wells. She's considering some new opportunities, Apollo says smoothly, stepping in like it's nothing. We've been discussing her next steps. Maya raises an eyebrow. And what might those be? I open my mouth, but Apollo beats me to it. I've encouraged her to look into writing again. She's incredibly talented, and I think she could do amazing things with the right support. My dad leans back in his chair, his gaze bouncing between the two of us. Writing, huh? Yes, sir, Apollo says, smiling. Your daughter's got a gift. I'd be a fool not to support her. By the time dinner's over, my dad seems calmer, but I can tell he's still suspicious. As Apollo walks him to the door, I hang back, feeling like I just ran a marathon. When Apollo comes back, he smirks. That went well. Did it? I ask, raising an eyebrow. He shrugs. He didn't punch me, so yeah, I'd call it a win. I roll my eyes, but deep down I'm relieved. For now, at least, we've pulled it off.
Chapter 13. Apollo, I didn't expect the old man to ask me out for a drink the day after our dinner. Hell, I didn't expect him to even shake my hand before walking out the door. But here we are, sitting at a dimly lit bar a few blocks from the condo, the air thick with the smell of spilled beer and fried food. He ordered a bourbon neat, no hesitation. I followed suit. Seemed like the move. So, he starts, swirling his glass like he's about to interrogate me on a murder charge. Tell me about yourself, Apollo. I raise an eyebrow, leaning back in my chair. What do you want to know? He smirks, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Everything. You're married to my daughter, remember? I think I deserve to know who the hell you are. Fair enough. I take a slow sip of my drink, letting the burn settle before I speak. Born and raised in Brooklyn. Grew up with a mom who worked 3 jobs and a dad who wasn't around. Learned early that if I wanted something, I had to get it myself. He nods, his expression unreadable. That why you're in real estate? Part of it, I admit. Real estate's stable, tangible. You own a building. You control the space, the people in it. It's a game I know how to play. He studies me for a moment, his gaze sharp. And what about my daughter? Where does she fit into all of that? I pause, setting my glass down. She's not part of the game, I say honestly. She's different. Different how? She doesn't take my crap, I say, smirking. Most people see the suit, the money, and they start kissing up. LaToya doesn't do that. She makes me work for it. He chuckles, shaking his head. Sounds about right. She's always been a stubborn one. There's a beat of silence, and I can feel him watching me, weighing every word I've said so far. You're hiding something, he says finally, his tone casual but pointed. I don't flinch. Probably. He raises an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that answer. You're not even gonna deny it? No point, I say, leaning forward. You're a smart guy. You've already made up your mind about me. The only question is whether or not you trust me enough to let me prove you wrong. He stares at me, his eyes narrowing. I don't like you. I chuckle, raising my glass. Join the club. But, he continues, ignoring my comment, you seem to care about her, and that matters more than whether or not I like you. I nod, my smirk fading. I do care about her, more than you probably realize. Good, he says, downing the rest of his bourbon. Because if you screw this up, I'll make sure you regret it. I grin, lifting my glass in a mock toast. Fair enough, Mr. James. Call me Walter, he says, standing and tossing a 20 on the table for the drinks. Walter, I repeat, standing and shaking his hand. As he turns to leave, he glances back over his shoulder. Don't think this means you're off the hook, Apollo. I'll be watching. I smirk, sliding my hands into my pockets. Looking forward to it. As I watch him walk out, I can't help but feel like I just passed some kind of test. Barely. But with Walter James, even a passing grade feels like a win.
Chapter 14. LaToya. The cab ride to Midtown is quiet, but my dad's presence feels heavy. Like the questions he hasn't asked yet are just sitting in the air between us. I'm fidgeting with the strap of my purse, trying not to overthink everything. So, he says finally, breaking the silence. You got a favorite spot around here, or are we winging it? I blink, caught off guard. There's a steakhouse a few blocks over. Apollo took me there once. It's nice. He raises an eyebrow. Steakhouse, huh? You trying to impress me? I smirk. It's not like that. They just have good mac and cheese. He laughs, shaking his head. You're still my little girl, you know that? We get out at the restaurant, and as soon as we're seated, my dad's eyes are on me. He doesn't even pick up the menu, just leans back in his chair like he's got all night to grill me. So, he says, folding his hands. Apollo. Here we go. What about him? I ask, pretending to study the wine list. He's different, my dad says, his tone thoughtful. I glance up, narrowing my eyes. Different how? My dad shrugs. He's sharp, quiet, but not in a weak way. More like he's thinking 3 steps ahead. I snort, setting the menu down. You got all that from one dinner and a drink? I've been around, LaToya, he says, smirking. I know how to read people. Okay, Sherlock, I mutter, rolling my eyes. He leans forward, his smirk fading. I'm serious, baby girl. That man, he's got layers. Most of these guys out here, they're all talk. Apollo's the kind who listens. He's watching everything, taking it all in. And that's a good thing? I ask, raising an eyebrow. It is, he says firmly. Because it means he's invested, he cares. I shift in my seat, suddenly uncomfortable. You don't even know him like that, Daddy. He nods slowly, like he's considering my words. True, but I've known a lot of men like him, and a lot of men who weren't. I've had my share of women, LaToya, some good, some bad, but the one thing I learned is that when you find someone who's real, you hold on to them. His words hit me harder than I expect, and I have to look down at my hands to hide the emotion creeping up my throat. You really think he's real? I ask quietly. My dad leans back, his gaze steady. He's got his secrets. I'm not saying he's perfect, but yeah, I think he's real. And I think he's into you. I swallow hard, forcing a smile. Well, that's good to know. Don't play me, LaToya, he says, his tone sharper now. I see the way he looks at you. That's not fake, and if you don't see it, then you're not paying attention. I laugh, but it's shaky. Okay, now you're just being dramatic. I'm being honest, he says, leaning forward again. And I'm telling you this because you've got a good thing here. Don't screw it up. The knot in my stomach tightens. If only he knew how fake this whole thing is, how none of it's real, but I can't bring myself to say it. Not with the way he's looking at me, like he's proud of me for the first time in years. Thanks, Daddy, I say softly, picking up the menu to hide my face. He nods, sitting back with a satisfied smile. Now what's this mac and cheese you were hyping up? It better be as good as you say. The rest of the night is lighter, filled with stories and jokes, but that knot in my stomach never really goes away. As we step out of the restaurant and into the cool night air, my dad puts an arm around my shoulders. You're doing good, LaToya, he says quietly. Better than I thought you'd be. Thanks, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. And as we walk down the street, I can't help but wonder what he'd say if he knew the truth.
Chapter 15. Apollo. I'm sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the skyline. The city's lit up like it's alive, blinking and buzzing in a way that never shuts up. It's the kind of view people pay millions for. I should feel like I'm on top of the world, but all I feel is the weight of this whole screwed-up situation pressing down on my chest. LaToya's dad bought it, mostly. The guy's sharp, though, and I could tell he wasn't sold all the way. He's the type that's always watching, always looking for the cracks. If there's one thing I've learned in this life, it's that people like him don't trust easy. But I pulled it off. For now. I light a cigarette, taking a slow drag and letting the smoke curl up toward the ceiling. It's been years since I felt this unsure about a plan. Normally, I calculate every move, every angle, and leave nothing to chance. But this is different. Why the hell did I pick her? I muttered to myself, rubbing the back of my neck. I could have found someone simpler. Someone who didn't make me feel like I'm one step away from losing control. But from the moment I saw her, I knew she wasn't simple. I take another drag, my mind flashing back to the first time I saw her. She was walking into the club, her head held high like she owned the damn place, even though it was clear she didn't. That walk, the confidence, it wasn't for show. It was survival. She was fierce, sure. But there was something else, too. Something underneath all the sharp edges. Vulnerability. And that's what got me. That's what's still getting me even now. The door to my room creaks open and Zane pokes his head in. You good? Yeah, I say, blowing out a stream of smoke. Zane steps inside, leaning against the wall. You don't look good. I glare at him. Thanks for the observation, Dr. Phil. He chuckles, shaking his head. Seriously, though, this whole fake marriage thing, it's messing with your head, isn't it? No, I snap too quickly. Zane raises an eyebrow. Bull! I stand up, pacing the room. It's not the plan, all right? The plan's solid, it's her. LaToya? He asks, smirking. The stripper you can't stop thinking about? Shocking. Shut up, I growl, throwing the cigarette butt into an ashtray. I mean it. She's different. Zane snorts. Different how? She's got a sob story, a nice smile, what is it? It's not just that, I snap, running a hand through my hair. She's smart, strong. She doesn't let people walk all over her, but she's still got this softness to her. Like she's been through hell, but she hasn't let it break her. Zane whistles. Damn, man, you've got it bad. I don't have it bad, I say, glaring at him. You sure? He asks, crossing his arms. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're falling for her. I stop pacing, my fists clenching. It's not like that. Then what's it like? Zane presses. It's complicated, I admit, my voice dropping. This whole thing was supposed to be a business move. Get in, get out, make it clean. But now? Now it's messy, Zane finishes for me. Yeah, I mutter, sitting back down. Zane watches me for a moment, then sighs. Look, man, you've been through worse. You'll figure it out. Just don't lose your head over her, all right? Don't worry about me, I say, smirking. I'm always 10 steps ahead, remember? Zane laughs, shaking his head. If you say so, but don't say I didn't warn you. After he leaves, I sit in silence, staring out at the city again. I've got a lot riding on this plan. Too much? And getting close to LaToya? That wasn't supposed to be part of the deal. But now I'm not sure if I can help it.
Chapter 16. LaToya. I lean against the kitchen island, staring at Apollo, who's pouring himself a drink like everything's fine. The tension in the room is thick, and I can feel the knot in my stomach getting tighter. He's hiding something. I've known it for days now. Ever since my dad's visit, Apollo's too smooth, too calculated, and it's starting to piss me off. You've been quiet, I say, crossing my arms. Apollo glances at me, raising an eyebrow. Should I apologize for that? I narrow my eyes. You should apologize for keeping me in the dark. He takes a slow sip of his drink, his gaze steady. I'm not keeping you in the dark. Liar, I snap, stepping closer. You've got something going on, and I'm not stupid, Apollo. So why don't you save us both some time and just tell me what the hell is really happening? He exhales heavily, setting his glass down. You're overthinking this. I laugh, but it's sharp and bitter. Oh, I'm overthinking. That's rich coming from the guy who planned out a fake marriage like it was a goddamn business merger. LaToya. No, I interrupt, my voice rising. Don't LaToya me. I'm risking everything for you, and I don't even know what game you're playing, so start talking or I'm out. He runs a hand through his hair, looking genuinely frustrated for the first time. It's not that simple. It never is, I snap. But you're gonna make it simple, Apollo. Right now. For a moment, he just stares at me like he's deciding whether or not to come clean. Finally, he sighs, leaning against the counter. Fine, he says, his tone sharp. You want the truth? Here it is. I'm being blackmailed. I blink, caught off guard. What? You heard me, he says, his jaw tightening. There's a crooked city councilman and a judge who've been running an extortion racket, and now they're coming after me. Blackmail? I repeat, my voice shaking. For what? He hesitates, his eyes flicking to the floor. They think I've got money to spare, and they want a piece of it. If I don't pay, they'll bury me. I stare at him, my chest tight. What does that even mean? Buried how? They'll fabricate charges, freeze my accounts, make my life a living hell, he says, his voice low. These guys aren't playing. They've done it before and they'll do it again. And what? You're just gonna let them? I ask, my voice rising. Of course not, he snaps, his eyes flashing. That's why I'm doing this. Doing what? I demand. He hesitates, and I can see the conflict in his eyes. Finally, he exhales sharply. I'm faking my death. The words hang in the air like a bomb just went off. I take a step back, shaking my head. The hell did you just say? You heard me, he says, his tone calm but firm. It's the only way to get out from under them. If I'm dead, they can't touch me. I laugh, but it's bitter and sharp. You're insane. That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard. It's not dumb, he says, stepping closer. It's strategic. Strategic, I repeat, glaring at him. You think disappearing is going to solve all your problems? What about me? What about this fake marriage crap? What happens when you're dead? Apollo? That's where you come in, he says, his voice softening. Oh no, I say, shaking my head. Don't even go there. I need you to inherit everything, he says, his eyes locking onto mine. The money, the properties. It'll all go to you. They'll think they're out of options. I take another step back, my mind spinning. So that's why you picked me, not because I'm smart, not because I can handle myself, because I'm disposable. You're not disposable, he says firmly. You're the only one I trust to pull this off. Trust? I snap, my voice cracking. You don't even know me, Apollo. You're just using me. It's not like that, he says, his voice low. Then what is it? I demand, my chest heaving. He's quiet for a moment, his jaw tightening. It's survival, LaToya. For both of us. You do this, and we both walk away with everything we need. You get the money, I get my freedom, and those bastards lose. I stare at him, my heart pounding. This is insane. This is all insane. You should have told me, I whisper, my voice shaking. I'm telling you now, he says, stepping closer. And I'm asking you to trust me. I don't respond. I just grab my coat and head for the door. my mind racing with a million questions and no answers. As I walk out, I hear his voice behind me, soft but steady. Think about it, LaToya. That's all I'm asking. And for some reason, I know I will. Chapter 17. LaToya. The strip club smells like cheap perfume, sweat, and bad decisions. The music's pounding so hard I can feel it in my chest, and the neon lights flashing over the stage are giving me a headache. Zara's on shift, twisting around the pole like it's paying her rent. Which, to be fair, it probably is. I slide into the back room, where the house mom, Deb, is lounging at her desk, flipping through a gossip magazine. "Hey, Deb," I call out, slipping a couple of bills onto the desk. She looks up, raising an eyebrow. "What's this for?" "Zara's time," I say, nodding toward the dressing room. "I need her for a bit." Deb shrugs, pocketing the cash. "Fine by me. But if she's not back for her next set, it's your funeral." I find Zara in front of the mirror, reapplying her lipstick. Her makeup bag is a chaotic mess, but she's got this way of pulling herself together like she's a goddamn magician. "You better have a good reason for pulling me off the floor," she says, not even looking up. "Oh, I've got a reason," I say, grabbing a chair and sitting down. Zara finally looks at me, her eyebrow raised. "All right, spill." I take a deep breath, my heart racing. "Okay, so Apollo, he's not just some rich bastard with control issues." Zara snorts. "Yeah, no duh. You didn't need to call a meeting for that revelation." I roll my eyes. "No, listen. He's being blackmailed by a city councilman and a judge. Corrupt as hell, apparently." Her eyes widen slightly. "Damn, that's some mob movie stuff." "And get this," I say, leaning forward. "His solution, he wants to fake his own death." Zara's lipstick freezes mid-application, and she stares at me like I've grown a second head. "The hell did you just say?" "You heard me," I reply, throwing my hands up. "He wants to fake his death, and he wants me to inherit everything, so it looks legit." Zara sets her lipstick down, turning to face me fully. "Girl, that's insane." "Tell me about it," I mutter. For a moment, she just stares at me, then bursts out laughing. Wait, so let me get this straight. He's gonna leave you all his stuff and what? Disappear to Cabo or something?" "Basically," I say, sighing. Zara leans back in her chair, still laughing. "And you're sitting here acting like this is a problem?" "It is a problem," I snap. "Do you realize how risky this is? If something goes wrong, I'm the one left holding the bag." Zara rolls her eyes. "LaToya, do you hear yourself? The man is giving you an out, a golden parachute. All you gotta do is hold it together for a little while, and then, boom, you're rich, he's gone, and you're free." I blink, her words hitting me harder than I expected. "You're saying I should do it?" "Hell yes, you should do it," she says, grinning. "And when he's fake dead and all that money's yours, you get the hell out of Dodge, girl. Start fresh somewhere nice, like Miami or Paris." I let out a sharp laugh, shaking my head. "I hadn't even thought about that." "That's why you have me," Zara says, winking. "Look, you've been busting your butt in this dump for months, scraping by. This is your ticket out. Take it." "But what if he comes back?" I ask, biting my lip. "Then you deal with it when it happens," she says with a shrug. "But for now, get that bag." I stare at her, my mind racing. She makes it sound so simple, so easy, and maybe it is. Damn, I mutter. "You're really out here, pushing me into some Bonnie and Clyde stuff." Zara smirks. "Bonnie and Clyde went out broke. You're about to go out rich. Big difference." I laugh. the tension in my chest loosening just a little. "You're crazy, you know that?" "Crazy smart," she says, blowing me a kiss. As I sit there, watching Zara go back to fixing her makeup, I feel a strange mix of fear and excitement bubbling up inside me. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is my way out. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Apollo. I'm sitting in the dark, the city stretched out below me like it's holding secrets I'll never fully uncover. The whiskey in my glass barely makes a dent in the buzz of thoughts running through my head. This plan is insane, I know it. Faking my death, leaving everything in LaToya's hands? It's a gamble so big that even I'm questioning if I've lost my damn mind. But I don't have a choice. Marvin and Riker have made that clear. It's either this, or I let them tear apart everything I've built. And then there's her, LaToya. She wasn't supposed to matter. This whole setup was just supposed to be business. Find someone smart, someone off the radar, someone who wouldn't ask too many questions. But the more time I spend around her, the more I realize she's not just a piece on the board. She's the whole damn game. The way she carries herself, the fire in her eyes when she's pissed, the way she doesn't let me get away with stuff. It's like she sees right through me and she's not afraid of what she finds. It's dangerous, but I can't help it. The sound of the door unlocking pulls me out of my thoughts. I turn to see her walking in, looking tired but determined. "You're up late," she says, setting her bag down and kicking off her heels. "Couldn't sleep," I reply, swirling the whiskey in my glass. She walks over, standing in front of me with her arms crossed. "Thinking about your master plan?" "Something like that," I say, smirking. She doesn't smile. Instead, she takes a deep breath, her expression serious. "I'll do it." The words hang in the air, and for a moment, I'm not sure if I heard her right. "You'll do it." She nods, her gaze steady. "Yeah, I've thought about it, and it's crazy, but it makes sense. If this is what it takes to get out of this mess, then fine. I'm in." Relief washes over me, but it's mixed with something else. Something heavier. "You sure about this?" I ask, setting my glass down and standing. "Don't make me say it twice," she says, her lips curving into a small smile. I step closer, searching her face for any sign of doubt. "This isn't just about the money, LaToya. If this goes wrong..." "It won't," she interrupts, her voice firm. "You're too damn stubborn to let it fail, and I'm not gonna let you down." The trust in her voice weighs heavier on me than I expect, and for a moment I don't know what to say. "You're putting a lot on the line," I say finally. "So are you," she replies, stepping closer. "Guess that makes us even." The air between us shifts, charged with something I can't quite name. She's standing close now, close enough that I can see the way her chest rises and falls, the way her eyes soften just a little when they meet mine. "You trust me?" she says, her voice quieter now. "Yeah," I admit, my throat dry. "I do." Her lips twitch, and then she's closing the gap between us, her hands sliding up my chest as she leans in. "You putting all your trust in me," she murmurs, her voice low and teasing. "It's kinda hot, you know that?" I smirk, my hands resting on her hips. Didn't realize trust was a turn-on. "It is when it comes from a guy like you," she says, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. Before I can say anything else, she kisses me, slow and deliberate, like she's testing the waters. I don't hesitate, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss until there's nothing between us but heat. "Keep talking like that, and I'll have to show you what else a guy like me can do," I say, my voice dropping to a whisper that's all gravel and smoke. Rather than retreating, LaToya's eyes spark, and she grabs my shirt, those fingernails a whisper of promise against my chest. "Big talk for someone who doesn't follow it up," she teases, her words a dare painted in crimson lipstick and sass. I don't need any further invitation. I back her up against the wall, my hands finding purchase on the cool plaster either side of her head. "You have no idea," I growl, my lips inches from hers, our breath mingling. "The things I want to do to you." Her tongue darts out, wetting her lips in anticipation. "Tell me," she murmurs, the words a soft plea I can't ignore. I indulge her, my voice laced with lust as I lean in, tracing the shell of her ear with my teeth, making her gasp. "I want to explore every curve of your body, taste the sweetness between your thighs until you scream my name and beg for more," I whisper, my words punctuated by the soft rhythm of our chests rising and falling together. LaToya's breathing hitches at my words. Her hands tug at my belt, eyes glazed with need, searching for the fire only I can stoke in her. With a smirk playing on my lips, I catch her wrist, stilling her eager movements. "But I'm not done showing you what you've got yourself into with me," I say, voice rough with anticipation, even as her words fan the flames higher. "Then what are you waiting for?" Chapter 19. Apollo. I scoop LaToya up, her legs wrapping around my hips like we're two halves of a whole. There's a natural grace to her, a fluidity that makes my blood roar with anticipation. Her laughter fills the air, a sound so genuine it slices through the layers of my calculated existence. I carry her toward the bedroom, our lips locked in a dance of tongues and teeth. She's a quick study, her hands already working the hem of her shirt, pulling it over her head and sending a cascade of dark hair tumbling down her shoulders. She shakes it out, a wild mane framing her face, and damn if it isn't the sexiest thing I've ever seen. "Damn!" I growl, the word torn from me as I throw her onto the bed. She bounces once, her eyes alight with mischief and desire. I'm on her in an instant, yanking her pants down her legs, exposing her to me. "You're wearing too much," she says, her voice a sultry whisper as she helps me out of my own clothes. Buttons fly, fabric tears. Soon we're both naked, the heat of our skin warming the cool air of the room.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We collapse onto the bed, our bodies slick with sweat, our breaths ragged. I roll off her, pulling her into my arms, our hearts beating in sync. "Christ," I whisper, dropping a kiss on the top of her head. "I've been dreaming of this." She giggles and says, "So have I. But the real thing is so much better." I can't help but agree. There's something about LaToya that's unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's a thought that should terrify me, but in this moment, all I feel is a bone-deep satisfaction and the urge to do it all over again. Later, as she rests against me, her head on my chest and her breathing steady, I find myself wondering if this plan is more dangerous than I thought. Because if I lose her, it's not just the plan that'll fall apart. It's me.
Chapter 20. LaToya. The law office smells like coffee and old leather, and the guy sitting across from me doesn't look anything like the smooth, rich lawyers you see on TV. He's short, balding, and wearing a suit that probably came off the clearance rack, but Apollo swore he was the best for keeping stuff under the radar. So here I am. The guy clears his throat, flipping through a folder of paperwork. "All right, Mrs. Graves," he says, glancing up at me with a thin smile. "What can I help you with today?" I lean forward, my elbows on his desk. Let's say, hypothetically, my husband decides to fake his own death. His eyebrows shoot up. Hypothetically? Yeah, I say, smirking. Hypothetically, if he fakes his death and leaves everything to me, is it mine, like for good? Even if he, comes back? He leans back in his chair, rubbing his chin. Interesting question. Hypothetically. Right, I say, nodding. Hypothetically. He pulls a legal pad toward him and starts jotting something down. If all assets are legally transferred to your name and no fraud is committed on your end, then yes, those assets are yours, even if your husband resurfaces. I sit back, crossing my arms. So you're saying once it's in my name, it's mine, no takebacks. That's correct, he says, looking up at me. The key is ensuring the transfer is done properly. Everything needs to be above board. I let out a low whistle, shaking my head. Damn, that's wild. He chuckles lightly, but his eyes narrow. If I may ask, why do you need to know this? Hypothetically, of course. I shrug, leaning forward again. Let's just say I like to be prepared. Can't be too careful, right? He nods slowly, clearly not buying my vague answer, but too professional to push. Fair enough. So, he continues, setting his pen down. If you're concerned about security or access, I'd recommend setting up your own separate account. That way, if there are any complications, your assets are protected. I blink, caught off guard. Wait, like my own account, just for me? Yes, he says, nodding. It's a simple process. We could start the paperwork today if you like. For a second, I hesitate. Then I smile, slow and deliberate. Yeah, let's do that. Set it up. He pulls out a form and slides it across the desk. We'll need some basic information to get started. Once the account is active, you'll have complete control. No one else can access it without your explicit permission. I take the pen he offers, my hand steady as I start filling out the form. My name, my details. It all feels surreal, like I'm writing my way out of this chaos one line at a time. When I'm done, I hand it back to him and he smiles. All right, Mrs. Graves, we'll get this processed, and you should have access within a few days. Thanks, I say, standing and shaking his hand. You've been really helpful? Just doing my job, he replies, his smile tight. As I walk out of the office and into the cool afternoon air, my mind's racing. Apollo thinks he's got everything under control, that I'm just a pawn in his grand scheme. But now I've got options. I glance down at my phone, flipping it open and staring at his number. I could call him, play the perfect wife, pretend I'm on board with his plan, but deep down, a voice whispers that maybe, just maybe, I don't need him as much as he thinks I do. I tuck my phone into my bag and head toward the subway. a slow smile spreading across my face. If Apollo's gonna bet on me, he better be damn sure he knows the rules of the game, because right now, I'm the one holding all the cards. Chapter 21. LaToya. The new life hits different. Fancy dinners, private cars, and people calling me Mrs. Graves like it's the most normal thing in the world. And the closet? Don't even get me started. I've got more designer stuff now than I knew existed, and half of it still has tags on it. But for all the glitz, there's this pit in my stomach that won't go away. I'm sitting on the couch in the condo, flipping through a magazine that costs more than my monthly phone bill, trying to distract myself. Apollo's off doing whatever rich-ass schemers do, leaving me here to soak up the lifestyle I never asked for. Zara sprawled out on the other end of the couch, munching on some overpriced snacks she found in the kitchen. "This stuff is wild," she says, holding up a truffle chip. "Rich people snacks even taste expensive." I laugh, but it's hollow. "Yeah, real wild." Zara sits up, narrowing her eyes at me. "All right, what's with the face? You've been sulking since I got here." "I'm not sulking," I mutter, flipping a page in the magazine. "Girl, please," she says, grabbing the magazine and tossing it onto the coffee table. "You're sitting here in a condo that looks like it belongs in Architectural Digest, wearing clothes that probably cost more than my car, and you look like someone kicked your puppy. Spill." I sigh, leaning back against the couch. "It's just, I don't know. All of this feels fake, like I'm living someone else's life." "Newsflash, you are," Zara says, smirking. "That's the whole point, remember? Fake marriage, fake life, fake everything." "Yeah, but it's not just that," I say, shaking my head. "It's Apollo. He's trusting me with all this stuff, and I'm sitting here thinking about how to bail the second I get the chance." Zara leans forward, her smirk fading. "Girl, you're overthinking this. He's not some innocent little puppy. He's a grown-ass man with a plan, and you're part of it. Trust me, he's not losing sleep over this." "But what if he's not as bad as I thought?" I ask quietly. Zara stares at me, then bursts out laughing. "Oh my God, you've got it bad." "I do not," I snap, glaring at her. "Yes, you do," she says, grinning. "You're sitting here wearing his money, eating his food, and feeling guilty about it. That's not normal, Toya." I throw a pillow at her, but she ducks, laughing even harder. "Okay, seriously," she says, sitting up. "Why do you care so much? It's a business deal. You didn't sign up for feelings." "I know that," I say, my voice tight. "But it's not just about feelings. It's about, I don't know, respect, trust, something." Zara snorts. "Respect? From the guy who fakes his own death for fun?" I sigh, rubbing my temples. "Forget it. You don't get it." Zara stands, stretching. "No, I get it. You're catching feelings and it's messing with your head." I glare at her. "I am not catching feelings." "Whatever you say," she says, heading toward the kitchen. "But if I were you, I'd stop overthinking and just enjoy the ride. Literally. The man's hot as hell. Take advantage." I groan, throwing myself back onto the couch. Zara doesn't get it. Hell, I don't even get it. The door opens and Apollo walks in, his expression unreadable as always. He glances at me, then at Zara, raising an eyebrow. "Everything all right here?" he asks, his voice calm but sharp. "Peachy?" Zara says, popping a chip into her mouth. Apollo looks at me, his gaze lingering. "You good?" "Yeah," I say quickly, forcing a smile. "Just tired." He nods, but his eyes narrow slightly, like he knows there's more to it. As Zara grabs her bag and heads out, she winks at me. Don't stress, Toya. You've got this. When the door shuts behind her, the silence in the room feels heavy. Apollo sits down across from me, his eyes still on mine. You sure you're okay? He asks again, his voice softer this time. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. Yeah, just adjusting. He doesn't push, but the way he's looking at me makes my stomach twist. For all his sharp edges and secrets, there's something in Apollo's eyes that feels real. And that scares me more than anything else. Because if this is all fake, why the hell does it feel like I'm the one losing control?
Chapter 22. Apollo. The condo is too quiet when I step into the living room. Latoya's sitting on the couch, scrolling through her phone, wearing one of those silk robes that looks like it costs a fortune. And, well, it did. She doesn't look up when I walk in, but I can tell she's not as calm as she's trying to seem. We need to talk, I say, tossing my keys onto the counter. She glances up, raising an eyebrow. About what? About this, I reply, motioning between us. The marriage. If we're gonna pull this off, we need to make it look real. She leans back against the couch, crossing her arms. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Simple, I say, sitting down across from her. We're gonna rehearse. I'll coach you on how to act, what to say, how to handle the press. We can't afford any slip-ups. Her eyes narrow. You mean you don't trust me to wing it? I smirk. Not a chance. She scoffs, but there's a hint of amusement in her expression. All right, fine. What's first on this little crash course? I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Body language. You're too stiff around me. If anyone's watching, they'll think we just met. She rolls her eyes. Sorry, I didn't go to acting school. Good thing I'm here to teach you, I reply, smirking. Come here. She hesitates, then gets up and walks over, standing in front of me with her arms crossed. What now? Relax, I say, standing and placing my hands on her shoulders. Start by loosening up. You look like you're waiting for a bomb to go off. That's probably because I am, she mutters, but she lets me guide her arms to her sides. Better, I say, stepping back to look at her. Now, when we're in public, you need to look comfortable with me, like you actually like me. She raises an eyebrow. That's a big ask. Focus, Latoya, I say, smirking. If we're at an event, you stay close. Hand on my arm, maybe a light touch to my chest if you're feeling bold. Bold, she repeats, rolling her eyes. I grab her hand and place it on my arm, guiding her fingers until they're resting lightly. See? Easy. She looks down at her hand, then back at me, her lips twitching like she's fighting a smile. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Maybe a little, I admit. What about talking? She asks, pulling her hand back. What am I supposed to say when people ask how we met or why we're married? I step closer, locking eyes with her. You tell them the story we've been practicing. Fundraiser, mutual friends, blah, blah, blah. Keep it simple. But sell it, Latoya. They need to believe you're head over heels. Great, she mutters. Guess I need to practice mine love face. You do, I say, smirking. Because right now you look like you'd rather be anywhere else. She laughs, shaking her head. This is ridiculous. It's necessary, I reply, my tone softening. If you're gonna pull this off, you need to own it. Confidence is everything. She tilts her head, studying me. You really think people are gonna buy this? They will if you believe it, I say firmly. For a moment she's quiet, her eyes searching mine. Then she sighs, stepping back. All right. Fine. I'll play the part. But if this blows up, it's on you. Deal, I say, holding out my hand. She hesitates, then shakes it, her grip surprisingly strong. As she pulls away, she smirks. Hope you know what you're doing, Apollo. Always, I reply. But as she turns and walks back to the couch, I can't help but wonder if that's true, because the way she's looking at me now, I'm starting to think she might be better at this game than I am.
Chapter 23, Zara. I'm sitting at the bar in this bougie-ass restaurant, sipping on a drink that's way too fancy for my usual tastes. It's got some kind of lavender foam on top, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to drink it or Instagram it. Latoya's late, as usual, but I'm not even mad because it gives me more time to take this whole scene in. When she finally walks in, heads turn. She's rocking this sleek-ass dress, her heels clicking like she owns the damn place. I wave her over, and she slides into the seat next to me, looking like she just stepped out of a movie. Damn, Toya, I say, raising my glass. You're really out here living the dream, huh? She smirks, signaling the bartender. If this is the dream, I'd hate to see the nightmare. I snort, taking another sip of my drink. Girl, you're dripping in designer and sipping on $20 cocktails. You really gonna complain? I'm not complaining, she says, rolling her eyes. I'm just saying it's not all it looks like. Uh-huh, I say, leaning in. Tell that to the diamonds on your wrist. She glances down at the bracelet Apollo gave her, fiddling with the clasp. This isn't real, Zara. You know that, right? All of this. It's just part of the act. I raise an eyebrow. Act or not, you're in it now, and honestly, I don't know whether to be jealous or worried. Worried? She asks, giving me a look. Yeah, worried, I say, leaning back in my chair. You're out here playing house with a guy who fakes his death for fun. That doesn't scream stable relationship to me. She laughs, but it's a little forced. It's not a relationship, it's a business deal. Right, I say, smirking, because business deals totally come with romantic dinner dates and designer wardrobes. Latoya glares at me, but I can see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. It's not like that, Zara. Isn't it? I press, tilting my head, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're getting a little too cozy in this fake-ass marriage. She sighs, running a hand through her hair. Look, I know how it looks, but trust me, I've got it under control. Do you, though? I ask, raising an eyebrow, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like Apollo's got you all twisted up. She opens her mouth to argue, then closes it, her lips pressing into a thin line. That's what I thought, I say, smirking. Girl, you better be careful. Guys like him, they don't play fair. You think I don't know that? She snaps, her eyes flashing. You think I don't know exactly what I signed up for? Do you? I ask, my tone softening, because it seems to me like you're starting to forget this is all supposed to be fake. She doesn't say anything for a moment, just stares at her drink like it's got the answers she's looking for. You know what's funny? She says finally, her voice low. For all the money, all the glitz, I feel more out of place now than I did back at the club. I blink, caught off guard. You serious? Yeah, she says, nodding. At least there I knew what I was doing. Here, it's like I'm playing a part and I don't even know the lines. I sigh, reaching over to squeeze her hand. Look, Toya, I get it. This is some next level stuff, but you gotta remember who you are, all right? Don't let him or this life change you. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Thanks, Zara. Anytime, I say, grinning. Now finish that drink and tell me how the hell I can get a sugar daddy like yours. She laughs, shaking her head. Trust me, you don't want this kind of drama. Maybe not, I say, raising my glass, but I wouldn't mind the diamonds. As we clink glasses, I can't shake the feeling that this whole thing is a house of cards, ready to collapse. But for now, I'll keep that to myself. Latoya's a big girl. She'll figure it out. At least I hope she will.
Chapter 24. Apollo. The garage smells like motor oil, burnt rubber, and a hint of stale cigarettes. My crew's gathered around, all of them wearing the same skeptical expressions as they wait for me to explain why the hell I dragged them here this late. Zane's leaning against one of the bikes, his arms crossed, his face a mix of amusement and irritation. All right, boss, he says, breaking the silence. What's this big plan you've been keeping under wraps? I take a deep breath, scanning the faces of the people I trust most. They've been with me through a lot of stuff, but this is next level. I'm faking my death, I say flatly, letting the words drop like a bomb. The garage goes dead silent. Then, of course, Zane starts laughing. You're kidding me, right? No, I say, crossing my arms. You're serious, he says, his laughter fading as he looks at me. You finally lost it. Maybe, I reply, smirking. But it's the only way out. Mac, my muscle, and the guy who's usually the first to throw a punch, furrows his brow. Out of what? You've never run from a fight before, Apollo. This isn't just a fight, I snap, my voice sharp. This is Marvin and Riker. They're not playing fair, and they've got the whole damn system backing them up. If I stay, they'll bury me. Zane lets out a low whistle. Damn. So what? You're just gonna disappear and leave us to clean up the mess? Not exactly, I say, stepping forward. Here's how it's gonna work. I pull out a set of blueprints and lay them on the workbench. I've got a plan to make it look legit. There'll be a car crash, a fire, and just enough evidence to convince them I didn't make it. Mac raises an eyebrow. Evidence? Fake IDs, fake reports, the whole 9 yards, I say, pointing to the plans. We'll stage it in an isolated spot, no cameras, no witnesses. The fire will take care of anything they might use to trace it back to us. Zane shakes his head, running a hand through his hair. And what happens after that? You just ghost everyone? I'm not ghosting, I say firmly. Everything gets transferred to LaToya. She's the only one who can make this work. Once they see the assets are in her name, they'll think they've lost. Mac lets out a low chuckle. You're putting a lot of faith in a stripper, Apollo. Watch your mouth, I snap, my voice icy. LaToya's got more brains and balls than most people I've met. She can handle it. The crew exchanges looks, but nobody says anything. They know better than to push when I'm in this mood. So, what do you need from us? Zane asks finally, his tone serious now. Precision, I say, meeting his eyes. We can't leave any loose ends. I need you to handle the car, make sure it's stripped clean before the crash. Mac, you're on fire detail. Make it big, but not suspicious. And I need all of you to keep your mouths shut. If word gets out, this whole thing falls apart. Mac nods. When's this going down? Soon, I say, glancing at my watch. We've got a few things to line up first, but when it happens, it'll be fast. And LaToya? Zane asks, raising an eyebrow. Is she on board with all this? She will be, I say, my voice steady. Zane smirks, shaking his head. You've got balls, Apollo, I'll give you that. But this is next level crazy. Crazy works, I reply, smirking back. That's why you're all still here. They chuckle, but there's tension in the air. They trust me, but I can tell they're uneasy. Hell, I'm uneasy. But there's no turning back now. As the meeting wraps up and the crew starts dispersing, Zane hangs back, watching me carefully. You sure about this? He asks quietly. Never been more sure of anything, I say, meeting his gaze. He nods slowly. All right, boss, just remember, once you're dead, there's no coming back. I know, I say, my voice firm. But as he walks away, I can't help but wonder if that's true.
Chapter 25. LaToya. I flipped through another glossy page, the magazine's promises of perfect lives and perfect bodies blurring together. The fries on my plate have gone cold, but I pop one in my mouth anyway. Salt and grease. Comfort food for a night alone. My phone buzzes. Another text from Zara. Girl, where you been? Club's dead without you. I tap back. Living that housewife life. You wouldn't believe the view from up here. The Manhattan skyline stretches out beyond Apollo's floor-to-ceiling windows, twinkling like scattered diamonds. A far cry from our old motel room, where we'd count quarters for the vending machine. My finger traces the edge of the marble countertop. Everything in this place screams money, the kind I used to dance for, night after night. Now I'm surrounded by it, wrapped in it like one of Apollo's silk sheets. Zara. You sure he's not just keeping you locked up? I snort. Please, man can barely keep track of his own schedule. But that's not entirely true. Apollo keeps track of everything, including my suddenly lighter work schedule. 3 canceled shifts this week alone. The old me would have been furious, would have stormed into his office demanding answers. The new me? I glance down at my left hand, where his ring catches the light. The new me kind of likes this arrangement. Zara, Miss Independent giving up her hustle? I push the plate away, letting out a long breath. Not giving up, just changing priorities. The truth is, I haven't felt this safe in years. No more creepy customers, no more counting singles, no more wondering if the electricity will stay on this month. My reflection in the window stares back at me. Designer clothes, perfectly styled hair, manicured nails. A far cry from the girl who used to share cup noodles with Zara between sets. I should hate this dependency. Should rage against these golden handcuffs Apollo's placed on me. Instead, I find myself hoping they stay locked. The front door flies open, and I nearly jump out of my skin. My heart slams against my rib cage, a reflex from a life where unexpected entries usually meant trouble. But it's just Apollo, and he looks like a storm about to break. With the door shut and locked behind him, he strides forward, the city lights casting a hard silhouette. I'm in the middle of asking, what's wrong? When he grabs my face with both hands and kisses me deeply. It's a kiss that steals my breath, that sweeps away the question and replaces it with a hunger I can't control. My hands are at his shirt, fumbling with the buttons. I'm going to take you, right here, right now, he tells me, his voice a low growl that sends shivers down my spine. I nod adamantly, my fingers finally freeing the last button. Yes, I breathe in agreement. Pulling his shirt apart. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We fall asleep like that, tangled in each other's limbs, the city lights casting a soft glow over our exhausted forms. When I wake, the other side of the bed is cold. I sit up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and Apollo is nowhere to be found. I can't help but feel a twinge of unease. Apollo's world is one of shadows and secrets, and I'm acutely aware that our idyllic bubble won't last forever. Nothing ever does.
Chapter 26. Apollo. The smell of gasoline clings to the air, sharp and suffocating. The old junker of a car I bought for this is parked on the edge of a desolate stretch of road just outside the city. Mac is dousing the inside with fuel, his face set in that no-nonsense way he gets when he's focused. Zane's leaning against the rental truck we used to haul the car out here, arms crossed, watching the whole thing like he's waiting for a punchline. You know, Zane says, smirking, this is some straight-up Hollywood blockbuster crap. All you're missing is the dramatic music. Shut up and make sure the fire catches right, I snap, checking the time on my watch. The plan is airtight, or as close to airtight as something this insane can get. The car goes up in flames, the fake ID and bogus personal effects inside make it look like I'm gone for good, and the vultures at City Hall can't touch me. LaToya inherits everything, just like we agreed. If everything goes smoothly, I'm out clean and untouchable. But I can't shake the gnawing feeling in my gut, the one that says I'm gambling with more than just my fortune. Max slams the gas canister down, wiping his hands on his jeans. It's ready. Just say the word. Not yet, I say, pulling out the burner phone I set up for this. We need the call first. I dial LaToya's number and it rings twice before she picks up. "What?" she says, her voice sharp. "Pack your stuff," I say, keeping my voice low. "It's happening tonight." There's a pause, then a heavy sigh. "You're sure about this?" "I wouldn't be calling if I wasn't," I reply. "Remember the story. When the cops show up, you're the grieving widow, tears and all." "You're a real jerk, you know that?" she mutters. "Probably," I say, smirking despite myself. "But I'm a rich jerk, and after tonight, so are you." She doesn't laugh. "Just be careful, Apollo." I blink, caught off guard by the softness in her voice. "I always am." "Sure you are," she says, and then the line goes dead. I pocket the phone, turning back to Zane and Mac. "All right, let's do this." Mac pulls out the lighter, the flame flickering in the night air. He tosses it into the car, and within seconds, the inside is engulfed in flames. "Damn," Zane mutters, stepping back as the heat hits us. "That's one hell of a bonfire." "Make sure the plates are scratched," I say, motioning to the truck, "and dump the rest of the evidence where we planned." The flames crackle and spit, lighting up the night like a signal fire. I stand there watching the car burn, the heat licking at my skin. It's surreal, seeing a part of yourself go up in smoke, knowing that this is the moment everything changes. "You good?" Zane asks, his voice quieter now. I nod, my eyes still on the fire. "Yeah, let's get out of here." As we load up and head back toward the city, I can't help but glance at the rearview mirror, watching the glow of the flames fade into the distance. LaToya's got everything now, my money, my properties, my name. And if this goes south, she's got all the power to bury me. The thought doesn't sit right, but I shove it down. I made this deal, and I'll live with it, assuming I live at all.
Chapter 27. LaToya. The knock on my door comes early, way too damn early for someone who was up all night staring at the ceiling. When I open it, 2 cops are standing there, their faces grim, like they're about to ruin my life. "Mrs. Graves?" one of them asks, his tone slow and careful, like I'm some fragile little thing. I nod, gripping the edge of the door, like it's the only thing keeping me upright. "Yeah, that's me. I'm sorry to inform you, but your husband, Apollo Graves, has been in a fatal accident." My chest tightens like I can't breathe, even though I knew this was coming. Hell, I signed up for it, but hearing it out loud, it's like getting punched in the gut. I don't even have to fake the tears that start streaming down my face. Inside, they're polite, saying all the right things about how sorry they are and how there'll be a formal investigation. I nod and sniffle and answer their questions, playing the role of the grieving widow like a goddamn pro. When they finally leave, I slam the door shut and lean against it, my legs trembling. "Damn it," I whisper, dragging my hands down my face. An hour later, Zara is sitting on my couch, holding a glass of wine, even though it's not even noon. "Damn," she says, shaking her head. "They really sent the cops? That's some serious stuff." "Of course they sent the cops," I snap, pacing the room. "They have to make it look real, don't they?" Zara shrugs, sipping her wine. "You're the one who agreed to this crazy-ass plan?" "Yeah, you're the one who encouraged it," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. She watches me for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "You okay, Toya? You look, I don't know, off." "Off?" I repeat, spinning to face her. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means you look like someone actually died," she says, setting her glass down. I freeze, her words hitting harder than they should. "Crap," she mutters, standing and walking over to me. "Sorry, I didn't mean it like that." "No, you're right," I say, my voice shaking. "It feels real, too real." Zara sighs, grabbing my hands. "LaToya, listen to me. Apollo's fine. He's alive, probably laughing his rich butt off somewhere right now. You don't have to feel guilty about any of this. I know that, I whisper, but my chest feels tight and my throat burns like I swallowed glass. Do you? She presses. Because it seems like you're carrying all this guilt for no damn reason. I pull away, turning my back to her. It's not just guilt, Zara. It's everything. The lies, the cops, his crew, all of it. And the way I acted this morning, it wasn't just an act. I felt it, like he was really gone. There's a long pause before she speaks again. You care about him. Her words hang in the air, and I can't deny them. Not to her, not to myself. Yeah, I admit quietly. I care. Zara walks up and wraps an arm around my shoulder. Then pull it together, girl. You're carrying out his plan, right? So honor that. Do the job, cash out, and figure out what the hell you're going to do with your life after. I nod, wiping at my eyes. Yeah, you're right. Damn right I'm right, she says, smirking. Now drink your wine and stop moping. Apollo wouldn't want you sulking around like this. I laugh weakly, taking the glass she hands me. You're a pain in my ass, you know that? Yeah, but I'm the best pain you've got, she says, winking. As I sip the wine, I try to push the guilt and the grief aside, focusing on the plan. But deep down, I know it's not going to be that easy. Because fake or not, it feels like I've lost something real.
Chapter 28, Zara. Walking into LaToya's new condo feels like stepping into a goddamn palace. The kind of place you see in movies and think, who the hell actually lives like this? Turns out now it's us. Holy crap, I breathe, spinning around to take it all in. The ceilings are high enough to make me dizzy. The windows are so clean they sparkle, and the furniture, it's like sitting in a museum. LaToya's standing in the middle of the living room, arms crossed, watching me with a smirk. Impressed? Impressed? I say, dropping my bag onto the pristine white couch. Girl, I'm speechless. This place looks like it costs more than my soul. She laughs, shaking her head. Yeah, well, don't get too comfortable. I'm still figuring stuff out. Figuring stuff out? I snort, flopping onto the couch and kicking off my shoes. What's there to figure out? You're rich as hell now. You've got this killer condo, and I'm moving in. She raises an eyebrow. Oh, are you now? Hell yeah, I say, grabbing one of the throw pillows and hugging it. You really think I'm going back to that motel in the Bronx after seeing this? Girl, I'd rather die. LaToya rolls her eyes but doesn't argue, which means she knows I'm right. Fine, but if you're staying, you're helping with the rent. I sit up, giving her a look. The rent? Babe, you own this place now. What rent? She shrugs, but there's a flicker of a smile on her lips. Fine, but you're cooking. Deal, I say, grinning. I'll even cook something fancy now that we've got a kitchen big enough for 2 people to fit in at once. She flops down next to me, letting out a long sigh. This doesn't feel real. Of course it doesn't, I say, nudging her shoulder. You went from stripper life to Real Housewives of New York in like a week. She groans, covering her face with her hands. Don't remind me. Oh, I will, I say, smirking, because now you can't ever talk crap about my delusions of grandeur again. You're living the dream, Toya. She peeks at me from between her fingers. It doesn't feel like my dream, though. Then make it yours, I say, leaning back. You've got the money, the place, the power. Start figuring out what the hell you want and do it. She's quiet for a moment, staring at the ceiling. Then she mutters, It's not that simple. It never is, I say, shrugging, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it while you're figuring it out. Speaking of, I jump up and head to the kitchen. You got wine in here? Check the fridge, she says, laughing softly. I open the massive stainless steel fridge and whistle. Damn, Toya, this is some next level stuff. There's wine, champagne, cheese that probably costs more than my car. Grab the wine and stop snooping, she calls. I grab a bottle, 2 glasses, and head back to the couch. As I pour us each a glass, I can't help but grin. To the good life, I say, raising my glass. She clinks hers against mine, smiling despite herself. To the good life. As we sip our wine and sink into the plush couch, I can feel the weight lifting off both of us. Just a little. Sure, there's still a storm brewing somewhere, but for now, we're untouchable, and I'm gonna enjoy every second of it.
Chapter 29. LaToya. The envelope's thick, heavier than I expected. It's been sitting on the counter all morning, staring at me like it knows all my secrets. Zara's in the other room, blasting music while she reorganizes the closet she's now calling hers. So at least I've got some privacy for this. I grab the envelope and sit down at the dining table, my fingers trembling as I slide it open. Inside, there's a neatly folded piece of paper and a smaller envelope with my name scrawled on it in Apollo's handwriting. "Damn it," I whisper, taking a deep breath. Here we go. The letter is typed, crisp and formal, like everything else Apollo does. But the words, they're all him. "Latoya, if you're reading this, congratulations. You're officially the richest woman I know. The accounts are in your name, the properties are yours, and as far as the world is concerned, I'm 6 feet under." Now comes the hard part. Inside this envelope are instructions. Follow them exactly. Don't get creative. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say, and everything will go smoothly. Meet me at the address below in 3 days. Midnight. Come alone. I trust you, Latoya. Don't make me regret it. Apollo. I read it twice, then a third time, my stomach twisting into knots. Trust me. Is he serious? He just handed me millions of dollars and disappeared. Trust feels like a stretch right now. "Everything okay out here?" Zara's voice startles me, and I shove the letter back into the envelope before she sees it. "Yeah," I say, forcing a smile. "Just handling some paperwork." She narrows her eyes at me. "Paperwork? That fancy talk for Apollo stuff?" I roll my eyes. "Why do you always assume it's about him?" "Because it usually is," she says, flopping onto the couch. "So what's he got you doing now? Running his empire? Planning his fake funeral?" I laugh, but it sounds hollow. "Nothing like that. Just tying up some loose ends." Zara snorts. "Loose ends? Sure. Well, if you need backup, you know where to find me." "Yeah," I say softly, clutching the envelope under the table. "I know." After she heads back to her closet project, I pull the letter out again and stare at the address scrawled at the bottom. New Jersey. Of course. Why couldn't he have picked somewhere less Jersey? I grab my phone and type the address into maps. It's a random warehouse in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place you see in mob movies right before the shootout. "Great," I mutter, tossing the phone onto the table. The smaller envelope catches my eye, and I slide it open, revealing a stack of $100 bills and a note that says simply, "For the trip." I laugh, shaking my head. Always thinking ahead, huh? The money feels heavy in my hands, like it's carrying all the weight of this crazy-ass plan. For a second, I think about ripping up the letter, taking the cash, and disappearing for real. Starting over somewhere far away, where no one knows me or Apollo, or the mess we've created. But then I remember the look in his eyes when he said he trusted me. The way his voice softened, just for a second, like he meant it. "Damn you, Apollo," I mutter, shoving the money back into the envelope. I don't know what's waiting for me in New Jersey, but I'm about to find out.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just just don't start listening if you're gonna be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 30. Zara. I'm sitting on Latoya's obscenely comfortable couch, twirling a glass of wine in my hand like I'm some kind of fancy girl. Except I'm not. I'm just a stripper from the Bronx who got lucky enough to have a friend drag me into this wild-ass life. Latoya's pacing the living room like a caged tiger, that damn envelope clutched in her hand. She hasn't said anything for the last 10 minutes, and it's driving me nuts. All right, I snap, setting my wine down. You're gonna wear a hole in the floor. What's in the envelope? She stops pacing but doesn't look at me. It's nothing. I raise an eyebrow. Yeah, right. You've been acting all weird and twitchy since that thing showed up. Spill. She sighs, finally dropping onto the couch next to me. It's from Apollo's. Of course it is, I mutter, rolling my eyes. What does Mr. Mystery Man want now? A kidney, your firstborn? She doesn't laugh. Instead, she stares at the envelope like it's about to explode. He wants me to meet him in Jersey. Jersey? I snort. Girl, you can't be serious. That place is a death trap, and I'm not even talking about Apollo's crap. It's Jersey. Latoya shoots me a look, but I can see the doubt in her eyes. It's part of the plan. I have to go. No, you don't, I say, leaning closer. You want to go? There's a difference. She glares at me. What's your point, Zara? My point, I say, crossing my arms, is that you're sitting here with millions in the bank, a condo in the Upper East Side, and a ticket out of this mess, but instead of enjoying it, you're still chasing after this guy like you owe him something. I do owe him, she snaps. He trusted me. Trust? I laugh bitterly. Toya, he's using you. You think he picked you because he trusts you? Nah, he picked you because you were convenient. Don't confuse that with loyalty. That's not fair, she says quietly, but I can see the crack in her armor. It's the truth, I press. You've got everything you need to walk away. Hell, we could walk away together. Take the money, leave the country, start fresh somewhere sunny and rich. She blinks, caught off guard. What are you saying? I'm saying let's get the hell out of here, I say, grabbing her hand. You and me. Forget Apollo, forget Jersey, forget all of this. We could be on a beach in Europe by next week, sipping cocktails and living the good life. For a second, I think I've got her. She looks at me, her lips parting like she's about to say yes. But then her shoulders slump and she pulls her hand away. I can't, she whispers. Why not, I demand. What's keeping you here, Toya? What's worth all this danger and stress? She hesitates, biting her lip. I can't do that to him. Do what? Leave? Abandon him, she says, her voice breaking. He trusted me, Zara, and I think I love him. The room goes quiet, the weight of her words settling between us like a goddamn boulder. You love him? I ask, my voice softer now, as she nods, looking down at her hands. Yeah, I think I do, and it scares the hell out of me, but I can't just walk away. I let out a long sigh, rubbing my temples. Toya, this guy is trouble. You know that, right? Like big flashing red sign kind of trouble. I know, she says, her voice steady, but he's also the only person who's ever made me feel seen, like I'm not just some girl trying to survive, like I matter. I slump back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Jesus Christ, you've got it bad. She laughs, but it's shaky. Yeah, I guess I do. For a moment, we sit in silence, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Finally, I reach over and grab her hand again, squeezing it. All right, I say quietly. If you're gonna do this, you'd better make it count, no half-assing it. If he's putting his life in your hands, you'd better make sure you're ready for whatever comes next. She looks at me, her eyes glassy but determined. I am? Good, I say, leaning back and grabbing my wine. Because if he screws you over, I'm hunting him down myself. She laughs, and for the first time all night, it sounds real. Deal, she says, clinking her glass against mine, and just like that, I know she's in it for the long haul. God help us all.
Chapter 31. Latoya. The train rattles along like it's barely holding itself together, the fluorescent lights overhead flickering every few seconds. I've got Apollo's address pulled up on my phone, and I keep glancing at it like it's going to change or something. Midnight in New Jersey. Why does this sound like the start of a bad crime drama? I adjust my bag on my lap, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in my stomach. This is Apollo we're talking about. He's always got a plan, right? But still, something feels off. By the time I get off at the dingy-ass station, my nerves are shot. The platform's mostly empty, just a few stragglers shuffling toward the exits. The air smells like wet concrete and old piss, and I wrap my coat tighter around me as I step into the night. I pull up the map again, trying to figure out which way to go, but before I can even take a step, a voice behind me makes my skin crawl. Looking for someone? I whip around, my heart in my throat. Two guys are standing there, their faces partially shadowed under the dim streetlights. One of them looks vaguely familiar, but I can't place him. "Who the hell are you?" I snap, clutching my bag like it's a weapon. The familiar-looking one smirks, and it clicks. He's one of Apollo's guys, Tommy or Tony or something. "Relax," he says, holding up his hands. "Apollo sent us to pick you up." Liar. "Oh, did he?" I say, narrowing my eyes. Funny, he didn't mention a damn thing about a welcoming committee. Tommy's smirk fades and he steps closer. "We can do this the easy way, or—" I don't let him finish. I swing my bag at his head, but he ducks, grabbing my wrist and twisting it behind my back. "Wrong move," he growls, shoving me toward the other guy. "Let go of me," I shout, thrashing against them. But it's no use. They're too strong, and before I know it, I'm being dragged toward a black van parked near the curb. The door slides open, and I'm thrown inside like a sack of trash. My knees hit the metal floor hard, and I bite back a yelp. "Get the ties," Tommy barks, climbing in after me. The other guy pulls out zip ties and starts wrapping them around my wrists. "You sure she's worth all this trouble?" "She's the key to everything," Tommy says, his voice sharp. "Marvin and Riker want her alive, so we keep her alive. End of story." I twist my head to glare at him. "Marvin and Riker? Are you kidding me? You're working for those bastards?" Tommy smirks, leaning back against the wall. "Surprised? You shouldn't be. Apollo's not as smart as he thinks he is. People talk, deals get made, and, well, here we are." I clench my teeth, trying to ignore the fear creeping up my spine. "He's gonna find you, you know, and when he does, you're screwed." Tommy laughs, the sound cold and hollow. "You think I'm scared of Apollo? The guy's dead, sweetheart. You're the only loose end left." The van jerks forward, and I'm thrown sideways, my shoulder slamming into the wall. "Where are you taking me?" I demand, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Someplace quiet," Tommy says, his smirk widening. "Don't worry. You'll get to meet the big boys soon enough." "Big boys?" I mutter under my breath, glaring at him. "You mean a couple of washed-up crooks hiding behind their titles? Real impressive." His smirk falters, but he doesn't reply. Instead, he leans back, crossing his arms like he's got all the time in the world. I glance around the van, my mind racing. I've got to figure something out, some way to get out of this mess. But with my hands tied and two bastards staring me down, my options are limited. As the van speeds off into the night, I close my eyes and take a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Apollo's not going to let this slide. And if I know him, he's already got a plan. At least, I hope he does.
Chapter 32. Zara. The address Apollo gave LaToya is as shady as it gets. A warehouse in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but dark streets and the faint smell of gasoline. This is the kind of place where people disappear. I park my beat-up sedan a block away and jog toward the building, the adrenaline making my pulse pound in my ears, my hands gripping the pepper spray in my pocket like it's the only thing keeping me alive. When I reach the entrance, I bang on the metal door, my fist echoing through the quiet night. It doesn't take long for it to creak open, and there he is, Apollo. The smug, dangerous bastard looks at me like I'm the last person he expected to see. "Zara," he says, his brows knitting together, "what the hell are you doing here?" I push past him into the warehouse, my chest heaving. "We've got a problem." His jaw tightens. "What kind of problem?" "LaToya," I spit, turning to face him. "She's been taken." The air between us goes deadly still. Apollo's whole face hardens, and his eyes narrow like he's ready to kill someone. What the hell are you talking about? He demands, his voice low and cold. I followed her, I snap, crossing my arms. She didn't even know, I had a bad feeling, all right? And it turns out I was right because some bastards grabbed her at the train station. You followed her, he says, his tone sharp. Yeah, I followed her, I shoot back, because unlike you, I actually give a damn about her safety. His eyes flash, and for a second, I think he's gonna start yelling, but then he exhales sharply, dragging a hand down his face. Tell me everything, he says, his voice calmer now but no less intense. I start pacing, the words tumbling out of me like a damn waterfall. I was keeping my distance, all right? Just making sure she got here safe. She was looking at her phone, checking the map or whatever, and then out of nowhere, this van pulls up. 2 guys grab her, toss her inside, and drive off. Did you see who they were? He asks, his tone clipped. One of them looked familiar, I say, biting my lip. I think he's one of your guys, Tommy or Tony or something? Apollo's jaw clenches so tight I'm surprised it doesn't break. Tommy. Yeah, I say, nodding. He's working for Riker, isn't he? Bastard, Apollo mutters under his breath, pacing now. Look, I say, stepping in front of him. I don't know what kind of stuff you've got going on with this Riker guy, but Latoya's in the middle of it and we need to get her back. Now. He stops pacing, his eyes locking onto mine. You don't think I know that? Then stop wasting time and do something, I snap. I am doing something, he growls, pulling out his phone and dialing. He barks orders into the phone, his voice sharp and deadly. I need everyone. Now Tommy's flipped and they've got Latoya. Find out where they're keeping her, and I don't care what it takes. Get me that location. When he hangs up, he looks at me, his expression unreadable. You shouldn't have followed her. Yeah, well, if I hadn't, you wouldn't even know she's missing right now, I fire back. His lips twitch, almost like he wants to argue, but instead he just nods. Fair point. I cross my arms, glaring at him. So what's the plan, boss man? His eyes darken, and for the first time, I see just how dangerous Apollo really is. We're getting her back, he says simply, and anyone who had a hand in this, they're dead. The way he says it sends a chill down my spine. For once, I don't have a smart-ass reply. All I can do is nod and hope to God he knows what the hell he's doing.
Chapter 33. Apollo, the warehouse is buzzing with tension, and my crew knows better than to screw around right now. I'm pacing the floor, my phone clutched in one hand, my other hand balled into a fist. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight, ready to snap. Latoya's gone. My Latoya. And some traitorous bastard handed her over to Marvin and Riker. Where the hell is Mac? I bark, my voice bouncing off the concrete walls. He's on his way, Zane says, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Relax, boss. Relax. I snap, rounding on him. They've got her, Zane, and if they hurt her... They won't, he cuts in, his voice calm but firm. You know Marvin's style, she's leverage, that's it. The door bangs open and Mac walks in, his usual swagger muted by the tension in the room. What's going on? Tommy flipped, I say, my voice cold. He's working for Riker. They grabbed Latoya. Max swears under his breath, shaking his head. That little piece of crap. I knew he was off, but I didn't think he'd go this far. Well, he did, I snap. And now we're gonna fix it. I pull up a map on the table, pointing to a cluster of warehouses on the outskirts of town. This is where Riker's been operating. Marvin likes to use one of these spots when he needs to keep someone hidden. We start here. Mac leans over the map, nodding. Makes sense. Riker's too much of a coward to take her anywhere public. Exactly, I say, my voice sharp. Zane, get the trucks. Mac, grab the gear. I want everyone armed and ready to move in 20. 20 minutes? Zane raises an eyebrow. You think we're ready for this? I glare at him. We don't have time to wait, Zane. Every second we waste is a second she's stuck with those bastards. So yeah, 20 minutes. Make it happen. He doesn't argue, just nods and heads for the door. Mac follows, muttering about what kind of weapons we'll need. Once they're gone, I grab my phone and dial a number I haven't used in a long time. The voice on the other end picks up after the first ring. What do you want, Apollo? Back up, I say flatly. I've got a situation, and I need bodies. There's a pause, then a low chuckle. This must be serious if you're calling me. It is, I say, my jaw tight. I'll owe you one. Damn right you will, the voice says. Send me the details. I hang up and lean against the table, exhaling sharply. My mind's racing, 1,000 scenarios playing out in my head. What they're doing to her, what they're planning, and every single one of them makes my blood boil. Damn it, I mutter, slamming my fist onto the table. The door creaks open and Zane sticks his head in. We're loaded up. Ready when you are. I grab my jacket and head for the door, my mind laser-focused. They screwed with the wrong woman, I mutter under my breath. Zane falls into step beside me. We're gonna get her back, Apollo. You've got this. I don't reply. Words don't mean anything right now. The only thing that matters is action. And by the time this night is over, Marvin and Riker are gonna regret ever laying a finger on Latoya.
Chapter 34. Latoya. The smell of stale beer and cheap cologne hits me the second they shove me through the back door of the club. It's the kind of place where the walls are sticky, the lights are dim enough to hide the grime, and the air feels heavy with desperation. A stocky woman with bleach blonde hair and a cigarette dangling from her lips glares at me from across the room. She looks like she's been here forever, running the show and breaking spirits. Who's this? She asks, her voice raspy as she points her cigarette at me. New girl, one of the goons says, smirking. She's got a special connection to Marvin and Riker. The woman narrows her eyes at me, her gaze sharp as a knife. Special connection, huh? You got a name? I square my shoulders, refusing to look as scared as I feel. Latoya. Latoya, she repeats, dragging on her cigarette and blowing the smoke in my face. Well, Latoya, you belong to us now, so get used to it. I glare at her, my fists clenched. I don't belong to anyone. She laughs, the sound bitter and cold. Oh, honey, that's cute. But let me make this real simple for you. You're here because Marvin and Riker say so. And until you give them what they want, you're not going anywhere. What do they want? I snap, even though I already know the answer. Her lips curl into a cruel smile. You know damn well what they want. The bank account numbers, the passwords, every little detail your dearly departed husband left behind. I swallow hard, my chest tightening. I don't have them. Liar, she spits, her smile vanishing. You were married to him. He trusted you. You've got the keys to the kingdom, and they're gonna get them, one way or another. I glare at her, refusing to let her see me crack. They can kiss my butt. Her eyes narrow, and she steps closer, her cigarette dangerously close to my face. You've got a smart mouth. That's gonna be a problem. One of the goons chuckles behind me. Put her to work, Barb. Let's see how smart she is when she's out there shaking her butt for the crowd. Barb takes another drag on her cigarette, looking me up and down. Fine, let's see what she's got. But don't think for a second you're in control here, sweetheart. This isn't some high-end Manhattan club. This is the real world, and you're at the bottom. I grind my teeth, holding back the string of curses I want to hurl at her. All right, princess, she says, flicking ash onto the floor. Go to the dressing room, grab whatever fits, and get on stage. You've got 10 minutes. And if I don't, I ask, my voice low. Barb smirks, blowing another cloud of smoke. Then I tell Marvin and Riker you're wasting their time. And trust me, you don't want that. I don't say anything. I just turn and head for the dressing room, my heart pounding in my chest. The girls in there barely glance at me as I grab a skimpy outfit from the rack and start changing. Every part of me wants to run, to fight, to scream. But I can't. Not yet. Because as much as I hate to admit it, Barb's right about one thing. I'm at the bottom now. And if I'm going to get out of this, I need to play their game. For now. As I step onto the stage, the music blaring and the crowd leering, I take a deep breath and remind myself of one thing. This isn't the end. Apollo's out there. And if there's one thing I know about him, it's that he doesn't leave things unfinished.
Chapter 35. Apollo. The garage is quieter than usual, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Zane's leaning against the workbench, checking his pistol, while Mac paces the floor like a caged lion. The rest of the crew is gathered around, their eyes darting between me and the map spread out on the table. "We got eyes on the club," Zane says, snapping the clip back into his gun. "Place is a dump, boss. Looks like the kind of place where dreams go to die." "Perfect," I mutter, gripping the edge of the table. My knuckles are white, and my chest feels like it's on fire. "Marvin's got her there?" "Confirmed," Zane replies. "One of our guys spotted her going on stage. She doesn't look hurt, but they've got her working, probably as leverage." I slam my fist on the table, making everyone jump. "Those bastards." "We'll get her back," Max says, his voice steady but sharp. "But we need a plan. Can't just roll in guns blazing without knowing what we're up against." I nod, taking a deep breath to calm the storm brewing inside me. "All right, here's how we do it." I pull out a marker and circle the club on the map. "Zane, you and Kyle take the back entrance. Mac, you're with me on the front. The rest of you, spread out and cover any exits. We can't let anyone slip through." "And what about Marvin and Riker?" Zane asks, raising an eyebrow. I look up, my jaw tightening. "We end it tonight. No more games." Zane smirks. "Now you're talking." Mac, ever the practical one, leans over the map. "What about civilians? You know damn well the club's gonna be packed with bastards who don't have a clue what's going on." "They're not our priority," I say coldly. "We get LaToya out first. Everyone else is collateral if they get in the way." Zane whistles low. "Ruthless. I like it." I glare at him. "This isn't about liking anything. It's about getting her back in one piece." Zane holds up his hands. All right. Relax, boss." Mac taps the map. "Security's probably tight. Marvin's not stupid, and neither is Riker. You sure we've got enough firepower for this?" I glance at the duffel bags lined up by the door, each one packed with enough hardware to start a war. "We've got enough," I say flatly. The room goes quiet, the weight of what we're about to do settling in. "You all know what's at stake," I say, looking around at my crew. "This isn't just another job. They've crossed a line, and we're not walking away until LaToya's safe and those bastards are dead." The crew nods, their faces grim but determined. Zane grins, breaking the silence. "Guess it's time to make some noise." Mac chuckles, shaking his head. "You've been waiting for this, haven't you?" "Damn right," Zane says, slinging a rifle over his shoulder. "Been too quiet around here lately." I grab my own weapon, the weight of it familiar in my hands. "Quiet's overrated. Let's move." As we load into the trucks and head out, my mind is spinning with everything that could go wrong. But underneath it all, one thought keeps me steady. LaToya's counting on me. And I'll be damned if I let her down.
Chapter 36, LaToya. The music in the club is loud, pounding like a hammer in my skull. The lights are dim, just enough to keep the grime and desperation from showing too clearly. My stomach churns as Barb, that bleach-blonde chain-smoking demon, pushes me toward the back room. "You're on next," she says, her voice as rough as sandpaper. "What do you mean, on next?" I snap, yanking my arm free from her grip. She smirks, blowing smoke in my face. "Auction night, sweetheart. You're the main attraction." My heart sinks, and my hands ball into fists. "The hell do you mean, auction?" Barb's grin widens, showing off teeth yellowed from years of cigarettes and cheap coffee. "The boys get to bid on you. Highest bidder wins. Don't worry, you're just their little toy for the night. Nothing permanent." I freeze. the words hitting me like a freight train. You've got to be kidding me. Does it look like I'm kidding? She sneers, grabbing my arm again. Now move your butt. Marvin and Riker are watching, and trust me, you don't want to piss them off. The back room is even worse than the main club. Dirty, cramped, and filled with sleazy men who look like they've been dragged out of a bad mob movie. They're sitting around a makeshift stage, laughing and drinking like this is some kind of screwed-up party. Barb shoves me toward the stage, and I stumble, barely catching myself. Smile, she hisses, and don't embarrass yourself or me. I glare at her, my chest heaving with anger and disgust. You're a real piece of work, you know that? She just laughs and steps back, leaving me to face the wolves. One of the men, a greasy-looking guy with a gold chain and a grin that makes my skin crawl, stands up. All right, gentlemen, time for the main event. The crowd cheers and I want to throw up. This fine piece of ass, he continues, motioning to me like I'm an object, is available for one night only. Bid high, boys. She's worth it. I step forward, my head held high even though my legs are shaking. You're all disgusting. I spit, my voice sharp and loud. The room goes quiet for a second, and then they laugh, loud, cruel, mocking. She's got fire, one of them says, grinning. I like that. The greasy auctioneer smirks at me. Feisty, huh? That'll cost extra. My hands clench into fists, and I force myself to keep breathing. This is humiliating, dehumanizing, but I can't let them see how much it's getting to me. The bidding starts, and the numbers climb fast. Each sleazy, lecherous offer makes my stomach turn. I tune out the voices, focusing on the door, on the exit, on anywhere but here. I'm not gonna let them break me. Not here. Not now. Sold? The auctioneer finally shouts, slamming his hand down on the table. To Mr. Novak. The crowd cheers, and I feel bile rise in my throat. A man steps forward, a big guy with a smirk that screams power trip. He looks me up and down like he's already won. You're coming with me, he says, his voice low and full of arrogance. I take a step back, my chin high even as my heart races. Go to hell. The room erupts in laughter again, and Barb steps forward, grabbing my arm and yanking me toward Novak. You better behave, she hisses in my ear, because if you don't, they'll make sure you regret it. I glare at her, my voice ice cold. Screw you, Barb. She just smirks, pushing me towards Novak. Good luck, sweetheart. You're gonna need it. As he leads me toward the door, I glance over my shoulder at the crowd, my mind racing. Apollo better be coming, because if he doesn't show up soon, I'm gonna have to save my own damn self.
Chapter 37. Apollo. The strip club is a dive, even by Marvin's standards. Neon lights flicker above the entrance, and the bass-heavy music leaks through the walls like it's trying to escape the filth inside. My crew and I roll up in 2 trucks, armed to the teeth. Zane's beside me, gripping his rifle, his face tense. This is gonna get loud, boss. Good, I growl, checking the Glock strapped to my hip. They need to hear us coming. Max steps out of the second truck, pulling a shotgun from the back. Place looks like a hellhole. You sure this is it? It's it, I snap, my patience razor thin. She's in there, and we're getting her out. No mercy. The crew nods, their faces grim. We've done dangerous jobs before, but this is personal. Let's move, I say, motioning toward the entrance. The bouncer at the door doesn't even get a chance to react. Zane clocks him across the jaw with the butt of his rifle, and he drops like a sack of bricks. Inside, the music's deafening, the kind of trashy beat that makes your skin crawl. The lights are dim, but I can make out the crowd, a mix of sleazy regulars and Marvin's thugs scattered around. Fan out, I bark, my voice cutting through the noise. Take out anyone who looks like they don't belong here. The first shot rings out before I've even taken 2 steps. Zane's already got one of Marvin's guys on the floor, bleeding from a shoulder wound. Chaos erupts. Screams, shouts, the sound of chairs crashing to the ground as people scramble to get out. Good. Let them run. I'm not here for them. I push through the crowd, my Glock drawn, scanning every corner of the room. One of Marvin's men comes at me with a knife, but he's slow, predictable. I dodge, slamming my elbow into his face and sending him sprawling. You picked the wrong team, I mutter, stepping over him. Zane catches up to me, reloading his rifle. Where's LaToya? She's in the back, I say, pointing toward a hallway guarded by 2 more of Marvin's thugs. I'll cover you, Zane says, already raising his weapon. I nod and sprint toward the hallway as Zane opens fire, taking out one of the guards. The other turns, pulling his gun, but Mac's behind him before he can react, snapping his neck with a brutal efficiency that would have been impressive if I wasn't so pissed. I kick open the first door and my heart nearly stops. There she is. LaToya. She's standing in the corner of the room, her wrists zip-tied, her face pale but defiant. Novak, the bastard from Marvin's crew, is standing in front of her, holding a goddamn knife like he's trying to scare her into submission. Step the hell away from her, I roar, aiming my Glock at his head. Novak turns, his smirk fading as he sees me. Graves, he sneers. Should have known you'd show up. Damn right, I say, my voice low and deadly. Now drop the knife before I put a hole in your skull. He hesitates, his grip tightening on the blade. You really think you can take all of us? You're outnumbered. I fire a shot, grazing his arm and making him yelp like a kicked dog. You were saying? He drops the knife, holding up his hands. All right, don't shoot. I don't lower my gun as I step closer. Mac, get LaToya out of here. Mac nods, moving past me to untie her wrists. You okay? Mac asks her, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. I'm fine, she snaps, glaring at Novak. Just get me the hell out of here. As Mac leads her toward the door, Novak tries to make a move, reaching for the knife. I don't hesitate. I shoot him in the leg and he goes down screaming. Should have stayed down, I mutter, stepping over him. The sound of more gunfire erupts from the main room and I glance back at Zane, who's standing at the doorway, covering our retreat. Boss, we gotta move, he shouts. I nod, grabbing Novak by the collar and dragging him with me. You're coming too. Marvin's gonna want to know what happens when he screws with me. As we make our way out of the club, LaToya turns to me, her eyes blazing. What took you so long? I smirk, my adrenaline still pumping. Traffic. She rolls her eyes but doesn't let go of Mac's arm until we're safely outside. The night air is cold, but it feels like I can finally breathe again. LaToya's safe. For now. Marvin and Riker, they're next.
Chapter 38, LaToya. The club is chaos. Gunshots echo through the walls, and the bass from the crappy music system rattles my bones. Novak's still on the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder, groaning like the pathetic bastard he is. Apollo's hand is on my arm, pulling me toward the door like he can't get me out of here fast enough. Stay close, he barks, his eyes scanning the room. I'm too stunned to argue, my legs barely keeping up with his long strides. The heat of the fight still lingers in the air, and my ears are ringing from the gunfire. You good? He asks, glancing down at me as we push into the hallway. Yeah, I mutter, my voice shaky. Let's just go. Zane and Mac are up ahead, clearing the path. Zane's got that wild grin on his face, the one that says he's enjoying this way too much, while Mac moves like a freight train, taking out anyone dumb enough to cross him. The hallway opens up to the main floor, and it's a goddamn war zone. Bodies are slumped over tables. The floor's slick with the spilled drinks and blood, and the lights are flickering like the club itself is dying. Move, Apollo growls, pulling me behind an overturned table as another round of gunfire erupts. Zane ducks behind the bar, popping off shots at a couple of Marvin's men near the stage. "They're thinning out, boss," he shouts, his voice cutting through the noise. "They better be," Apollo mutters, peeking over the table. "We're not leaving until this place is clear." I grab his arm, my nails digging into his jacket. "Apollo, let's just go. They're not all worth it." His jaw tightens, and for a second I see the conflict in his eyes, but then he shakes his head. "If we leave anyone standing, they'll come after you again. We finish this now." "Cover me," Mac calls, vaulting over a toppled chair and tackling one of the thugs, trying to reload his gun. The sound of fists meeting flesh is sickening, but I can't look away. Apollo stands, his Glock raised, and fires 2 clean shots, dropping another one of Marvin's goons before ducking back down. "Zane, take the left," Apollo orders, and Zane nods, weaving through the carnage like a damn snake. I'm crouched low, my heart pounding so hard it feels like it's going to burst. My hands are shaking, and my throat feels raw from screaming earlier, but I can't afford to fall apart. Not now. Apollo glances back at me, his eyes softer for just a second. "We're almost there. You holding up?" I nod, swallowing hard. "I've been through worse." He smirks, his expression grim. "Doubt that." Another shot rings out, and Zane yells from the other side of the room. "That's the last one." Apollo stands, his gun still at the ready, scanning the room like a predator, making sure the kill is clean. Mac walks over, wiping blood off his knuckles with a rag. "What now?" Mac asks, his voice calm, like we didn't just survive a shootout. "We get her out of here," Apollo says, his tone leaving no room for argument. He grabs my hand, pulling me toward the exit. The cold night air slams into me like a wall, but it feels like freedom. I gasp, my legs shaky, but Apollo keeps me steady. Zane and Mac step out behind us, their weapons still drawn. "Anyone following?" Apollo asks. "Not a soul," Zane replies, his grin wide. "Guess they didn't have the balls." I look up at Apollo, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is it over?" His eyes meet mine, and for the first time tonight they soften. "Not yet, but you're safe now." Safe. The word feels fragile, like it could shatter at any moment. But for now, I'll hold on to it, because as long as Apollo's here, I know I've got a fighting chance.
Chapter 39. Apollo. The street outside the club is still ringing with chaos. Gunfire, screams, the crunch of glass underfoot. LaToya is trembling beside me, but her eyes are sharp, locked on the SUVs pulling up. 2 black beasts, sleek and menacing, slide to a stop. The doors open, and out step Marvin and Riker. The 2 bastards stroll toward us like they've already won, smug as hell. "Well, if it isn't Apollo Graves," Marvin sneers, his voice grating like nails on a chalkboard. He's wearing one of those slick suits that screams money, but his face is twisted with arrogance. "Graves," Riker adds, his tone slimy and mocking. "Didn't expect you to make such a mess tonight." "Guess you don't know me as well as you think," I say, my Glock steady in my hand. My crew's spread out, their weapons raised, ready to put these bastards in the ground. Marvin snorts, shaking his head. "You're a stubborn bastard, always have been. But this?" He gestures to the carnage around us. "This is a new low, even for you." "You kidnapped her," I growl, my voice sharp and cold. "You brought this on yourself." Riker steps forward, hands up like he's the reasonable one. "Let's not make this worse, Graves. Hand over the girl. Give us the accounts and we'll call it a day. No need for more bloodshed." I laugh, but there's no humor in it. "You think I'd trust you to keep your word? You're dumber than you look." "You don't have a choice," Marvin says, pulling a gun and aiming it squarely at LaToya. Time slows. I hear LaToya gasp beside me, feel her clutch my arm. "Don't," she whispers, her voice barely audible. But it's too late. I fire first, the shot cracking through the night. Marvin stumbles back, a red bloom spreading across his chest. He looks down at it, his mouth opening like he's about to say something, but no sound comes out. He collapses to the ground, lifeless. "Damn it!" Riker shouts, diving for cover behind one of the SUVs. I don't hesitate. "Zane, cover me!" I bark, sprinting toward the car. Zane lays down fire, pinning Riker in place while I close the distance. LaToya's yelling behind me, but I can't hear her over the rush of blood in my ears. Riker pops up, his gun drawn, but he's too slow. I slam into him, knocking the weapon from his hand and pinning him against the car. "Wait, wait!" he screams, his hands flailing. "You don't have to do this!" "You kidnapped her," I growl, my voice low and deadly. "You threatened her, and now you're gonna pay. Please," he begs, his eyes wide with panic. "Think about what you're doing." I press my Glock against his forehead, my finger on the trigger. "Don't!" LaToya's voice cuts through the chaos, desperate and pleading. "Apollo, don't do this!" I glance back at her, my chest tightening. She's standing there, her face pale, her eyes filled with something I can't quite place. Fear, sadness, anger. "You don't have to kill him," she says, her voice trembling. "This doesn't have to end like this." For a moment I hesitate, but then I think about everything Riker's done, everything he's taken from me, from her. "This ends here," I say, my voice steady, and I pull the trigger. Riker's body slumps to the ground, his blood pooling on the pavement. The silence that follows is deafening, broken only by LaToya's sharp intake of breath. I turn to her, my hands shaking, the weight of what I've done crashing down on me. "You didn't have to do that," she whispers, her voice barely audible. "Yes, I did," I say, my tone firm. "They would have come after us again. After you. This was the only way to stop them." Her eyes fill with tears, and she shakes her head. "There's always another way." "Not with men like them," I reply, stepping closer. "I did what I had to do to protect you." She doesn't say anything, just looks at me like she's trying to decide if she hates me or not. "Let's go," I say finally, turning to Zane and Mac. "We're done here." We pile into the truck, leaving the bodies behind. LaToya's silent the whole ride, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze fixed on the window. I know she's pissed. Hell, maybe she's right. But one thing's for sure, Marvin and Riker won't be coming after us ever again. And for now, that's enough.
Chapter 40. LaToya. The silence in the truck is suffocating. I can hear the hum of the engine, the gravel crunching under the tires, and the occasional sharp breath Apollo takes like he's trying to keep himself steady. But neither of us says a damn word. When we pull up to his place, the tension's so thick I can barely move. Zane and Mac head inside, giving us a look that says they know better than to stick around for this conversation. Apollo turns off the engine, his hands gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles are white. "You coming in?" he asks, his voice low. I glance at him, my chest still tight from everything that just went down. "Yeah," I mutter, opening the door. Inside, the place feels too quiet, too still. Apollo drops his keys on the counter and heads to the sink, splashing water on his face. I stay by the door, my arms crossed, watching him like he's about to break apart. Finally, he turns around, leaning against the counter, his wet hands gripping the edge. "Say it," he mutters. "Say what?" I snap, my voice sharper than I mean it to be. "Whatever it is you're thinking," he growls. "Just say it." I glare at him, my chest heaving. "You didn't have to kill them." His jaw tightens, and he looks away, his eyes dark. "Yeah, I did." No, you didn't, I shout, stepping closer. You had a choice, Apollo. You always have a choice. He slams his hand on the counter, the sound echoing through the room. I didn't have a goddamn choice, LaToya. If I let them live, they'd come after you again. You think I'm gonna take that chance? You think I'm gonna let anyone hurt you? I stop, my breath hitching. Apollo, he shakes his head, his voice softening. I know you didn't want it to go down like that. I know, but I'd do it again, Toya. For you, I'd kill every single one of those bastards without blinking. My heart feels like it's about to burst. You'd kill for me? He steps closer, his eyes locking onto mine. I already did. The weight of his words hits me like a freight train. I was pissed, yeah, furious, even. But hearing him say it out loud, that he'd do it all over again just for me, I don't know whether to cry or throw myself into his arms. You're crazy, I whisper, my voice trembling. Yeah, he says, his lips twitching into a smirk. Crazy about you. I let out a shaky laugh, tears stinging my eyes. God, you're such a jerk. I know, he says, his voice soft now. I'm sorry, Toya, for everything. For making you part of this mess. For dragging you into my world. But I'd do it all again if it meant keeping you safe. I step closer, my hands trembling as I reach out to touch his face. I didn't think I could feel this way about anyone, especially someone like you. Someone like me? He asks, raising an eyebrow. A dangerous, arrogant, infuriating bastard, I say, a small smile tugging at my lips. He laughs, the sound low and rough, but there's something tender in it too. Takes one to know one, huh? Guess so, I whisper, my voice breaking. Apollo, I love you. His breath catches, and for a second I think he's not going to say it back, but then he cups my face in his hands, his eyes searching mine. I love you too, he says, his voice raw. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. The tears spill over, but I don't care. I pull him close, our lips crashing together like the rest of the world doesn't exist.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 41. LaToya. My heart is racing. A wild gallop that thunders in my ears as I kiss Apollo with the desperation that borders on feral. The taste of him is intoxicating, a potent mix of danger and desire that ignites a fire within me. I'm still reeling from the aftermath of Marvin's botched kidnapping attempt, and I need to reclaim control, to feel alive. I push Apollo back, and he hits the fridge with a solid thud. The sound is satisfying, grounding me in the here and now. I need this, need him, like I need my next breath. Tell me again, I murmur, my voice dropping to a husky whisper as I sink to my knees before him. My hands are steady as I work on his belt, undoing the clasp with practiced ease. The zipper follows, the rasp of metal on metal, loud in the quiet kitchen. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We collapse onto the table, our bodies slick with sweat and tangled together in a mess of limbs. I can feel his heart pounding in time with mine, a rhythm that speaks of shared passion and a connection that runs deeper than either of us care to admit. For a moment, we lie there in silence, the only sound the ragged breath slowly evening out. Then, with a tenderness that surprises me, Apollo presses a kiss to my sweat-dampened forehead. "I love you too, LaToya," he murmurs, the words a soft vow that hangs in the air between us. I close my eyes, a smile tugging at my lips. He still loves me. After everything, he's still mine.
Chapter 42. Apollo. The night's quiet now. Too quiet. LaToya's curled up on the couch, her head resting against the armrest, her breathing slow and steady. She fell asleep not long after we had it out, her body finally giving in to the exhaustion. Me? I can't sleep. Hell, I can barely sit still. I'm pacing the kitchen, a half-empty glass of whiskey in one hand and my Glock on the counter. My mind's racing, playing out every scenario, every way this could go. We killed them. Marvin and Riker, two men with power, connections, and a trail of dirty money so long it made them untouchable. Until now. Damn it, I mutter under my breath, downing the rest of the whiskey and slamming the glass onto the counter. The weight of it all is hitting me now, heavier than I expected. It's not just about them being dead, it's about what comes next. The cops? They'll come looking. Not because they gave a damn about Marvin or Riker, but because they were in bed with them. The vultures always protect their own. I grab my phone and dial Zane. He picks up on the second ring. "Boss," he says, his voice low. "Where are we with the cleanup?" I ask, leaning against the counter. "Handled," he says. "No bodies, no evidence. But you know it's only a matter of time before someone starts asking questions." "Yeah," I mutter, rubbing the back of my neck. "That's what I'm worried about." "Look, Apollo," Zane says, his tone shifting. "You need to think about your next move. This isn't just some beef with another crew. You took out a goddamn city councilman and a judge. That's a whole different level of heat." "Don't remind me," I snap, but I know he's right. "So what's the plan?" he asks. I glance at LaToya, her peaceful face a sharp contrast to the chaos swirling in my head. "We run," I say, the words tasting bitter. "Run?" Zane echoes like he can't believe what he's hearing. "You serious?" "Dead serious," I reply. "It's the only way to keep her safe. They'll come after her, Zane. You know they will." He's quiet for a moment, then sighs. "All right. Where to?" "Spain," I say, the idea forming in my mind even as I say it. We've got enough money to disappear, start fresh somewhere far away from this stuff. Zane lets out a low whistle. "Spain, huh? Fancy? You really think you can pull it off?" "I don't have a choice," I say, my voice hard. "This isn't about me, Zane. It's about her." He's quiet again, then finally says, "All right, I'll handle things here. You just focus on getting the hell out." "Thanks," I mutter, hanging up and setting the phone down. I walk over to the couch, crouching down next to LaToya. Her face is soft in sleep, and for a moment I let myself just look at her. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open. "Apollo." "Hey," I say softly, brushing a curl out of her face. "What's wrong?" she asks, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. I take a deep breath. "We need to talk." Her brow furrows, and she sits up straighter. "What's going on?" I sit next to her, resting my elbows on my knees. "We can't stay here, Toya. Not after what happened." Her eyes widen. "You mean we have to leave, like for good?" "Yeah," I say, nodding. "The cops, Marvin's people, anyone connected to Riker, they're all gonna come looking. And when they do, they'll come for you too." She looks away, her jaw tight. "Where would we even go?" "Spain," I say, my voice firm. "I've got a place there. Quiet, off the grid, we can start fresh." She shakes her head, her hands twisting in her lap. "Apollo, this is insane. We're talking about leaving everything behind." "I know," I say, reaching for her hand. "But it's the only way to keep you safe. I can't lose you, Toya. Not now." She looks at me, her eyes filling with tears. "You'd really leave everything? For me?" "I'd leave the whole world," I say, my voice raw. "As long as you're with me." Her lip trembles and she nods, a single tear slipping down her cheek. "All right," she whispers. "Let's do it. Let's run." I pull her into my arms, holding her tight. It's not the life I planned, but for her, I'd burn it all to the ground.
Chapter 43, Zara. This whole thing is nuts. Fake deaths, running to Spain, the kind of stuff you see in movies where people end up dead or in prison. And somehow I'm the one in the middle of it, holding all the strings together while LaToya and Apollo prep to disappear. I slam the car door shut and grip the steering wheel, staring at the beat-up old sedan Apollo gave me for this ridiculous plan. "You owe me so big for this, Toya," I muttered to myself, pulling out my phone to reread his instructions for the 100th time. Step 1, drop the car off at the Hudson Bridge. Step 2, leave Toya's purse and fake ID on the seat. Step 3, burn the spare clothes in the trunk. I sigh, rubbing my temples. This is some next level stuff and I can't believe I agreed to it. My phone buzzes and I glance at it to see a message from LaToya. "LaToya, you good?" I scoff, typing back. Me, "No, I'm not good. This is insane." LaToya, "You said you'd help him." Me, yeah, but I'm keeping the Upper East Side condo." LaToya, "Deal." I roll my eyes, toss my phone onto the passenger seat and start the car. The ride to the bridge is tense, every cop car I pass making my heart jump into my throat. But nobody's looking for me. Not yet, anyway. When I get to the drop spot, I park the car in the shadows, glancing around to make sure I'm alone. The air's cold and the distant hum of the city makes everything feel surreal. "All right," I mutter, grabbing Toya's purse and ID from the passenger seat. "Here goes nothing." I place the purse on the seat, making sure the ID is sticking out just enough to look like someone bailed in a hurry. The spare clothes in the trunk reek of gasoline. Apollo's idea, of course, and I light the match with shaky fingers, tossing it in and watching as the flames eat through the fabric. The fire crackles, the heat making me step back, and for a second I feel a pang of guilt. This is Toya's old life going up in smoke, every piece of her she's leaving behind. "Good riddance," I mutter, slamming the trunk shut and walking away. By the time I'm back in the car, my phone buzzes again. "LaToya, you done?" Me, "Almost. Headed to the morgue now." LaToya, "You're a damn saint." Me, "Don't forget it. The morgue is another piece of this screwed up puzzle. Apollo's got a guy there, someone who owes him a favor, and he's handling the paperwork to make Toya's death look official. My job is just to drop off the fake ID and make sure the details match." I walk into the dimly lit office, my heart pounding. A wiry guy with glasses and a nervous twitch greets me. "You Zara?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," I say, crossing my arms. "You the guy Apollo sent?" He nods, holding out his hand. "Got the ID?" I hand it over and he inspects it like it's the Holy Grail. "This'll work," he mutters, typing something into the ancient computer on his desk. "Cause of death?" "Drowning," I say, my tone flat. "They found her purse by the bridge. No body, just her stuff." He nods, typing away. All right, it's done. This goes through in the system by morning. Good, I say, grabbing the ID back. And if this comes back to bite me, you're the first one I'm calling. He chuckles nervously, but I'm not joking. When I step back into the cold night air, I take a deep breath, my heart still racing. This is it. The last step. I text Toya one last time. Me, it's done. You're officially dead. And her reply comes almost instantly. Latoya, thank you. I stare at the screen for a long moment, the weight of it all finally hitting me. You better make this worth it, Toya, I mutter, slipping my phone into my pocket. Because if you screw this up, I'm keeping the condo and your shoes. With that, I drive off into the night, leaving Latoya's old life behind for good.
Chapter 44. Apollo. I'm sitting at the dining table with papers spread everywhere, contacts, account info, and a list of stuff that needs tying up before we can vanish. My phone's buzzing every 5 seconds, my burner's almost dead, and my head feels like it's about to explode. But this is the game, and I'm playing to win. Zane walks in, dropping a folder onto the table. Passports, fresh off the press. I glance at the folder, nodding. Good. IDs? In the works, he says, grabbing a beer from the fridge. You know, normal people just book a flight, maybe take a vacation. I glare at him. We're not normal people, Zane. Before he can fire back, the door swings open, and Zara stomps in like she owns the place. She's got a bag in one hand and her phone in the other, glaring at the screen like it personally insulted her. This better be worth it, she says, dropping the bag onto the table. You owe me gas money, by the way. I smirk, ignoring her. That everything? She throws her hands up. Yeah, it's everything. Fake IDs, burner phones, and some other sketchy stuff I didn't even ask about because, frankly, I don't want to know. I pull out the IDs, flipping through them. They're good. Hell, they're better than good. If I didn't know better, I'd believe these were legit. Nice work, I mutter, glancing up at Zara. Don't butter me up, she says, crossing her arms. What else do you need me to do? I hesitate, glancing at the papers in front of me. This is the part she's not gonna like. The condo, I say finally. It's gotta go. Her eyes narrow. The condo? The one you just gave her? The one with the fancy-ass balcony and the view of the whole damn city? Yeah, I say, leaning back in my chair. We can't keep it. Any hard assets tied to me or Latoya are a liability. It's already listed. She stares at me like I just told her Santa Claus isn't real. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not, I say, my tone firm. If we're gonna disappear, we have to cut all ties. That includes the condo. She shakes her head, pacing the room. Man, you're really something. You dropped this whole bomb on us, dragged Toya into your mess, and now you're taking away the one good thing she's got. You think that's fair? No, Zara, I snap, standing up. None of this is fair, but this isn't about fair. It's about staying alive. She stops, glaring at me. You better make sure she knows this isn't my fault. I'm not the one selling her damn dream. I sigh, rubbing the back of my neck. I'll tell her. You think I like this? You think I want to rip away the one stable thing she has right now? But if we don't do this, they'll find us. They'll find her. And then the condo won't mean anything. Zara huffs, sitting on the edge of the couch and crossing her arms. Fine. Do what you gotta do. But you better make it worth it for her, Apollo. She's been through enough. I nod, my jaw tight. I will. She stands, grabbing her bag. I've done my part. You know where to find me if you need anything else. Zara, I say, stopping her at the door. She turns, her eyes sharp. Thanks, I say quietly, for everything. She snorts, shaking her head. Don't thank me yet, boss man. You've got a long way to go. As the door closes behind her, I sit back down, staring at the pile of documents in front of me. Zara's right. I've dragged Latoya through hell, and now I'm taking away the one thing that made her feel like she was finally winning. But if it keeps her safe, it's worth it. I grab my phone and make another call. It's Apollo. Everything's in place. Get the tickets booked. As I hang up, I glance toward the bedroom where Latoya's packing. I just hope she sees this for what it is. A way out. A way forward. Because once we're gone, there's no coming back.
Chapter 45, LaToya. I sit on the edge of the bed, my suitcase half packed, clothes spilling out like my life is throwing up everything I've got. Zara's lying across the bed, scrolling through her phone with one hand and stuffing chips into her mouth with the other. You ever think about how the hell we ended up here? I ask, breaking the silence. She snorts, not even looking up. Every damn day. But hey, at least we're not still sharing those nasty-ass chicken wings at the motel. I laugh, shaking my head. You mean those wings that tasted like they were fried in motor oil? Yeah, good times. Zara sits up, dusting chip crumbs off her jeans. What's got you all sentimental? You're about to go live the high life in Spain with your hot-ass not-so-fake husband. Sounds like a dream to me. Yeah, I say, staring at the suitcase. But it's not like I'm walking away from nothing. This city, it's been a lot, good and bad. She leans back on her elbows, her tone softer now. You're doing what you gotta do, Toya. That's all any of us can do. I look at her, my chest tightening. Zara's been my ride or die since the day we met. And now I'm leaving her behind. The thought makes my stomach twist, but I know what I have to do. Z, I say, standing and walking over to the closet. What? She asks, raising an eyebrow. I pull out a black duffel bag and toss it onto the bed next to her. What's this? She asks, eyeing it suspiciously. Open it, I say, crossing my arms. She unzips the bag, her eyes going wide when she sees what's inside. Holy hell, she breathes, pulling out a stack of cash. Toya, what the hell? That's 200 grand, I say, my voice steady. It's yours. She looks at me like I've lost my damn mind. Are you serious? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Go to nursing school, I say, sitting back down on the bed. Like you've been talking about since forever. This is your shot, Z. No more excuses. She laughs, but it's shaky. Toya, I can't take this. This is your money, your escape plan. My escape plan's already in motion, I say, nudging the bag toward her. This is about you getting out of this life. You deserve more than this, Z. Her face softens, and she looks down at the cash, her fingers brushing over the edges. You really think I can do it? Nursing school, I mean. I don't think, Z, I say, grabbing her hand. I know you're smart as hell, and you've got a good heart. You just need a chance. She bites her lip, her eyes glistening. You're really serious about this? Dead serious, I say, but you gotta promise me something. What? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. You use this money for school. I say, holding her gaze. Not for the club, not for crap, and definitely not for bailing out your dumbass family. She laughs through her tears, nodding. Okay, I promise. And you better finish too, I add, smirking. Because if I hear you dropped out, I'm coming back to haunt you. She grins, wiping her eyes. You'd come all the way back from Spain just to kick my butt? Damn right I would, I say, pulling her into a hug. For a moment, we just sit there, holding on to each other like the world isn't about to shift beneath our feet. You're gonna be okay, Toya, she says softly. I know you are. Yeah, I whisper, my throat tight. And so are you. When we pull back, she picks up the bag and slings it over her shoulder. All right, time to start Googling nursing schools. Hope this money comes with a tutor, though, because I don't know anything about anatomy. I laugh. shaking my head. You'll figure it out, Z. You always do. She heads for the door, pausing to look back at me. Thanks, Toya, for everything. Don't thank me yet, I say, smirking. You owe me a margarita when you're rich and famous. She grins, and just like that, she's gone. I sit back down on the bed, the weight of everything pressing down on me. I've come a long way, but there's still a hell of a road ahead. But for the first time, I feel like maybe, just maybe, I'm leaving this life behind the right way. Chapter 46, LaToya. The airport is buzzing with people, families wrangling kids, tired-ass business people in suits, and tourists with oversized bags clogging up every damn walkway. I clutch my fake passport in one hand and my carry-on in the other, trying not to look like I'm about to have a heart attack. Apollo's walking beside me, calm as hell, like he's done this 1,000,000 times. Maybe he has. The man looks good in anything, but this button-up and dark jeans combo he's rocking is pissing me off because I'm sweating bullets while he looks like a damn model. Relax, he mutters, glancing down at me. Relax, I hiss, my voice low but sharp. We're committing international level fraud, Apollo. How the hell am I supposed to relax? He smirks, leaning in close. Because you're with me, and I know what I'm doing. That's not comforting, I snap, tightening my grip on the strap of my bag. Would you rather I lied to you? I glare at him. Yes. Tell me it's gonna be fine, and that nobody's gonna notice we're two random-ass people flying under fake names. He stops walking, turning to face me, and places a hand on my arm. Toya, it's gonna be fine. Nobody's gonna notice. You're not random. You're a badass, and you've got me, all right? I sigh, rolling my eyes. All right, but if this goes sideways, I'm blaming you. Fair enough, he says, that cocky grin still on his face. We make it to the security checkpoint, and my heart is pounding so hard I'm sure the TSA guy can hear it. I hand him my passport, trying to keep my face neutral. Amelia Green, the guy says, glancing at the name on the ID. That's me, I say, forcing a tight smile. He gives me a once-over, then looks at the ID again. My palms are sweaty, but I keep my crap together. All right, he says finally, handing it back. Have a nice flight. I almost collapse with relief as I step through the scanner, glancing back to see Apollo handing over his passport, like he's ordering a coffee. James Green, the TSA guy says, and Apollo nods like he's been James Green his whole damn life. Thanks, man, he says, flashing a casual smile that could probably charm a nun. Once we're through security, I grab his arm, dragging him to a quiet corner. That was way too easy. Because we didn't do anything wrong, he says, his voice dripping with fake innocence. You mean aside from faking our entire existence? He laughs low and quiet, pulling me closer. Stop overthinking it, Toya. We're almost there. Almost, I mutter, shaking my head. Still gotta get on the plane. The boarding process feels like it takes a goddamn century. I sit stiffly in the waiting area, watching every person walk by like they're about to shout, "Arrest them!" Apollo sits next to me, scrolling through his phone, completely unfazed. Can you at least pretend to be nervous? I hiss. Nope, he says, not even looking up. I glare at him. I hate you. Love you too, he replies, smirking. Finally, they call our section, and we board the plane. My fake name, my fake ticket, and the fake calm I'm trying to channel get me past the flight attendant and into our seats. I collapse into the window seat, exhaling sharply. Holy crap, we're actually doing this. Apollo drops into the seat next to me, leaning back like he owns the place. Told you it'd be fine. I glance out the window, the airport lights reflecting off the tarmac. This is really it, huh? We're leaving everything behind. He reaches over, grabbing my hand and squeezing it. Yeah, but we've got everything we need. Each other. I roll my eyes, but I can't help the smile tugging at my lips. That's some cheesy crap, Apollo. You love it, he says, grinning. The plane starts to taxi, and I grip his hand tighter, my nerves still buzzing. You scared? He asks, glancing at me. Terrified, I admit. He leans over, brushing a kiss against my temple. Good. Keeps you sharp. I laugh, the sound shaky but real. You're such a jerk. And you're stuck with me now. As the plane takes off, I watch the lights of New York fade into the distance. My chest tight with a mix of fear, excitement, and something I can't quite name. This is it. A new life, a new start. And for better or worse, I've got Apollo by my side.
Chapter 47, Zara. I sling my bag over my shoulder, taking one last look at the dingy-ass motel room that's been my home for too long. The peeling wallpaper, the flickering light, the faint smell of mildew, it's all burned into my memory, but I won't miss it. Not for a second. I close the door behind me and exhale, the cool Bronx air hitting my face like a slap. It's a fresh start, a new chapter, and this time, I'm doing it right. Bye, motel hell, I mutter under my breath, tossing my duffel into the back seat of my new-to-me Honda Civic. By the time I pull up to the building in Washington Heights, the sun's starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. The place isn't fancy, but it's solid. Brick facade, clean steps, and a front door that actually locks. Huge upgrade. The landlord meets me outside, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a clipboard. Zara Johnson? She asks, and I nod. That's me, I say, shaking her hand. She walks me up to the third floor, the keys jingling in her hand. It's nothing glamorous, but it's a good place. Quiet neighbors and the super's decent. You'll like it here. Quiet's good, I say, glancing around the hallway. It smells like pine sol and fresh paint, a far cry from the stank of that motel. She unlocks the door and I step inside, taking in the space. It's not huge, but it's got clean walls, hardwood floors, and a view of the street that doesn't involve dumpsters. This'll work, I say, nodding. After signing the paperwork and getting the keys, I collapse onto the couch that came with the place. It's a hand-me-down, but it's comfortable enough, and for now, that's all I need. I dig through my bag and pull out the Fordham University course catalog I printed off. The pages are already dog-eared from flipping through it so many times. All right, I mutter, grabbing a pen. Let's figure this out. An hour later, I'm surrounded by a mess of papers. Notes, class schedules, financial aid info. My head's spinning, but it's a good kind of overwhelm. The sound of my phone buzzing pulls me out of my zone. It's a text from Latoya. Latoya, how's the new crib? Me, it's no Upper East Side, but it's home. Latoya, you're doing this, Z, I'm proud of you. I stare at the screen for a second, the words hitting me harder than I expected. Me, thanks girl, I owe you big time. Latoya, just make me proud, okay? Me, always. I set the phone down and lean back, staring at the ceiling. This is it. No more excuses, no more lies. Latoya gave me a chance and I'm not about to waste it. I pick up the pen again and circle a few classes on the catalog. Intro to Anatomy, Basic Chemistry, Nursing Fundamentals. Let's do this, I whisper to myself, determination settling in my chest. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm finally on the right path.
Chapter 48, Latoya. The plane ride felt like it lasted forever, but when we step off and the warm Barcelona air hits me, it's like a whole new world just opened up. The airport's buzzing with people speaking rapid-fire Spanish and Catalan, and I can't catch more than a word or two. But it doesn't matter. We made it. Apollo's carrying our bags like it's nothing. His dark sunglasses shielding his eyes from the bright sun. He looks calm, cool as hell, while I'm sweating and trying not to trip over my own feet. This is it, he says, glancing over at me with a smirk. You ready? I roll my eyes. Does it matter? We're already here. The cab ride to the apartment Apollo lined up is a blur of winding streets, colorful buildings, and scooters zipping past like they own the road. I press my face to the window, trying to take it all in. This city's insane, I mutter, watching as we pass a massive church that looks like it's been under construction since the dinosaurs roamed the earth. "That's Sagrada Familia," Apollo says, his voice casual like he's some kind of tour guide. "Cool," I say, turning back to him. "Didn't realize I married a goddamn travel expert." He laughs, shaking his head. "Just wait till you see the beach. You'll forget all about the churches." The cab finally pulls up to a tall, modern building with balconies overlooking the city. My stomach flips as Apollo pays the driver and grabs our bags. "Welcome home," he says, holding the door open for me. "Home?" I echo, stepping into the sleek lobby. "This place looks like it belongs in a movie." "Get used to it," he says with a grin. The apartment's on the 10th floor, and when we step inside, I'm hit with a wave of disbelief. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a balcony with a killer view of the city, and a kitchen that looks like it's never been used. This is too much," I say, dropping my bag and spinning in a slow circle. Apollo leans against the wall, watching me with a satisfied smirk. "You deserve it." I flop onto the couch, letting out a long breath. "I don't know, man. Feels like we're dreaming. Like any minute, I'm gonna wake up back in that busted-ass motel." He sits down next to me, his hand resting on my thigh. "This is real, Toya. We're here. No more running. No more lies." I look at him, my chest tightening. "You really think we can make this work? Just start over?" "Yeah," he says, his voice steady. "We've already survived worse. This," he gestures around the apartment. "This is the easy part." I laugh, shaking my head. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one who's got to figure out how to grocery shop in a language you don't speak." He smirks. "You'll figure it out. You're resourceful as hell." "Damn right I am," I mutter, standing up and heading for the balcony. The view's even better out here. The city stretching out like a living, breathing thing. Apollo comes up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. "You like it?" "It's not bad," I say, trying to sound casual, but the truth is, it's breathtaking. He chuckles, resting his chin on my shoulder. "You can admit it, Toya. You love it." I lean back against him, a small smile tugging at my lips. "Yeah, I do." For the first time in what feels like forever, I let myself relax. The chaos, the danger, the constant running, it's all behind us now. This is our chance to build something real. "All right," Apollo says, his voice breaking through my thoughts. "First order of business, unpack or hit the beach." I laugh, turning to face him. "Beach, definitely the beach." He grins, pulling me close. "Good choice." "Welcome to the rest of our lives, Toya." I kiss him, the city sparkling behind us like a promise. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together.
Chapter 49. Apollo. The sun's dipping low over the city, painting everything in shades of orange and gold. Latoya's sitting on the balcony, her legs tucked under her, holding a glass of wine like she's been living this life forever. She looks calm, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers tighten around the stem of the glass when she thinks I'm not watching. She's been through hell, and it's not lost on me that I dragged her into most of it. I step out onto the balcony, 2 beers in hand, and sit down across from her. "You all right?" She glances at me, her lips twitching into a small smile. "Yeah, just taking it all in." I lean back in my chair, popping the top off one of the beers and handing it to her. "It's a lot, huh?" She takes it, her fingers brushing mine. "A lot doesn't even cover it. It's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to be normal anymore." I nod, taking a long sip of my beer. "Yeah, I get that, but you'll figure it out. We both will." She gives me a skeptical look. You think so? I know so, I say firmly. Look, Toya, I'm not gonna lie to you. This ain't gonna be easy. But I swear to you, no matter what comes, I'll handle it. I'll keep you safe. Her eyes soften and she sets her glass down on the table. You don't have to carry all of it, you know. I can take care of myself. I know you can, I say, leaning forward. But that doesn't mean you have to. Not anymore. She lets out a shaky laugh, shaking her head. You're so stubborn. Yeah, I say, smirking. But you love me for it. Her smile fades and she looks down at her hands. What if this doesn't last? What if they find us? I reach across the table, taking her hand in mine. Then I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about that, Toya. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe, even if it means burning the whole world down. Her eyes meet mine, and I can see the conflict there, the fear, the hope, the trust she's still learning to give me. You really mean that, don't you? She whispers. Every word, I say, my voice low and steady. She stands up, walking over to the railing, her back to me. It's a lot, Apollo. Everything's changed so fast. I follow her, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. She leans into me, her body warm and soft against mine. I know it's a lot, I say, my lips brushing against her ear. But we've got this. You've got me, and I've got you. That's all that matters. She turns around, her hands resting on my chest. You make it sound so simple. It is simple, I say, cupping her face. The rest of the world can go to hell. All I care about is you. She stares at me for a moment, and then she kisses me. Soft at first, then deeper, her hands fisting in my shirt. I lift her up, carrying her inside without breaking the kiss. The door swings shut behind us, the city lights spilling through the windows as I lay her down on the couch. Apollo, she whispers, her voice trembling. I've got you, I say, my hands trailing over her, memorizing every curve, every breath, every quiet sound she makes. In this moment, nothing else exists. Just us.
Chapter 50, Latoya. The cool night air whispers against my skin as Apollo carries me through the balcony doors, his arms a secure cradle around my body. The beach below is a distant symphony of sounds, a backdrop to the pounding of my heart in my ears. He lays me down on the bed, the plush mattress yielding under our combined weight. His eyes are pools of dark promises as he begins to undress me. His fingers work with practiced ease, but there's a reverence in his touch that turns the mundane into the divine. Apollo's lips follow the trail of exposed skin, leaving a path of fire in their wake. He worships my body like a man starved for the taste of salvation, his mouth a sinful benediction against my flesh. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 51, Latoya. The moonlight filters through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the room. Apollo's asleep beside me, his arm draped across my waist, his breathing steady and deep. I can't sleep. My mind's running circles around itself, tripping over thoughts I don't know how to handle. I glance over at him, his face relaxed in a way I rarely see. Even in sleep, He usually looks guarded, like he's ready to fight. But right now, he's just peaceful. And damn if that doesn't do something to me. I shift slightly, trying not to wake him, but his arm tightens around me. "You're fidgeting," he murmurs, his voice groggy. "What's on your mind?" "Nothing," I lie, staring up at the ceiling. "Bullcrap," he mutters, propping himself up on one elbow. "You've got that look." "What look?" I snap, turning to glare at him. "That? I'm overthinking everything look," he says, smirking. "Come on, spill." I sigh, rolling onto my side to face him. "It's just this, us, everything. It's a lot." He reaches out, brushing a strand of hair out of my face. "You regretting it?" "No," I say quickly, surprising even myself with how sure I sound. "I don't regret it. I don't know how to feel about it." "You're allowed to feel whatever you need to feel, Toya," he says softly. "But just so we're clear, I'm not going anywhere." I let out a shaky laugh, my fingers playing with the edge of the blanket. "You're so damn sure about everything. How do you do that?" He shrugs, his smirk turning soft. "Because when I know what I want, I don't waste time second-guessing it. And I want you." My chest tightens, and for a second I can't breathe. His words hit me like a punch, not because they're new, but because I finally believe them. "I love you," I blurt out, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. He freezes, his eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, I think I've screwed everything up. But then he smiles, that slow, devastating smile that makes my heart do stupid things. "Say that again," he says, his voice low. "I said I love you," I repeat, my voice steadier this time. "Happy now?" "Ecstatic," he says, leaning in to kiss me. The kiss starts soft, but it doesn't stay that way. His hand slides into my hair, pulling me closer, and I melt into him, like I don't have a choice. "Apollo," I whisper, my voice catching. "I've got you," he murmurs, his lips trailing down my neck. "Always." I believe him. For the first time in my life, I believe someone when they say they'll stay. As he pulls me into his arms, every doubt, every fear fades away. Because this is real. And for the first time, I'm not running from it.
Chapter 52. Apollo. "Latoya," I murmur. The taste of her lips, a heady mix of sweet and sin, drives me wild. Every kiss we share seems to surpass the last. But this one, it's like our mouths are fused by an unspoken promise, a hunger that only the other can sate. My hand trails down her curves, finding her thighs parting for me with the familiarity of two souls entwined by the fates. Her skin is silken fire under my fingertips, and I can't help but indulge in the feel of her, the scent of our desire mingling in the air.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
In the aftermath of our shared passion, I hold Latoya close, her breath steadying against my chest. The moonlight filtering through the windows casts shadows across her face, highlighting the delicate curve of her cheek. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her skin, and for once, I let my guard down completely. "What are you thinking about?" she asks, her voice soft in the darkness. I press my lips to her temple. How this started as a business arrangement. And now? Now I can't imagine you not being here. The words slip out before I can catch them, raw and honest. You've changed everything, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 53. Apollo. I've never been the romantic type. Flowers, candlelit dinners, all that crap. Not my thing. But with LaToya, it's different. She deserves more than what the world's given her. If I'm gonna be the guy she's risking everything for, I need to step the hell up. That's how I end up in the kitchen at dawn, trying to figure out how to make French toast without burning the damn apartment down. All right, Graves, I mutter, staring at the recipe on my phone. Bread, eggs, milk. How hard can this be? The smell of butter and cinnamon fills the air as I flip the toast in the pan. Feeling pretty damn proud of myself, I glance at the small table I set up on the balcony. Coffee, fresh fruit, and a vase with a single flower I swiped from a nearby shop yesterday. It's not fancy, but it's us. LaToya stumbles into the kitchen, half asleep, her hair a wild mess and one of my shirts hanging off her shoulders. "What's all this?" she mumbles, rubbing her eyes. "Morning, sunshine," I say, smirking as I plate the French toast. "Thought I'd surprise you." Her brows furrow as she takes in the sight of me holding a spatula like I know what I'm doing. "You cooked?" "Damn right I did," I say, nodding toward the balcony. "Get your butt out there. Breakfast is served." She raises an eyebrow, but there's a smile tugging at her lips as she follows me outside. The city's waking up around us, the streets buzzing faintly below, and the sun's just starting to climb over the rooftops. "This is something," she says, sitting down and eyeing the table. "What's the occasion?" "Do I need one?" I ask, sitting across from her and pouring coffee into her mug. "Usually, yeah," she says, picking up a piece of toast and taking a bite. Her eyes widen. "Wait, this is actually good. Did you order this?" I laugh, leaning back in my chair. "Nope, made it myself." She gives me a skeptical look, but she's smiling. "All right, who are you, and what did you do with Apollo?" "Very funny," I say, taking a sip of my coffee. "Can a guy do something nice for his woman without getting crap for it?" Her cheeks flush, and she looks down at her plate. "I didn't say I didn't like it." We eat in comfortable silence for a while, the city's noise fading into the background. "This is, nice," she says softly, glancing at me. "Yeah?" I say, watching her. "It is." She sets her fork down and leans forward, her eyes locking onto mine. "What's really going on, Apollo? You're not exactly the breakfast-in-bed type." I chuckle, shaking my head. "What, I can't try something new?" "You can," she says, smirking. "But you're up to something." I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "All right. You got me, I want to do something to remind you why we're doing this. Why we're here." Her expression softens, and she reaches across the table, her fingers brushing against mine. "I don't need reminding, Apollo. I know why I'm here, why I chose this." I flip my hand over, lacing my fingers with hers. "Still, I wanted to give you something good, something normal. You've been through enough, Toya. You deserve this." She smiles, a real one this time, and it lights up her whole face. "You're full of surprises, you know that? Stick around," I say, smirking. "You haven't seen anything yet." She leans over the table, kissing me softly, her lips tasting like cinnamon and coffee. "Thank you," she whispers, her voice warm. "For what?" I ask, grinning. "For being you," she says simply, sitting back and picking up her coffee. And just like that, I know I'd do this 1,000 times over, because she's worth it.
Chapter 54, Zara. The bright, sterile smell of the nursing school building hits me as soon as I walk in, and it's like a slap to the face. The hallways are buzzing with energy, students rushing around, professors barking instructions, and the occasional squeak of sneakers against the linoleum floor. I clutch my bag tighter, my stomach twisting. "Okay, Zara," I mutter under my breath. "You're here, you're doing this, don't screw it up." A group of girls in matching scrubs walks by, laughing like they've known each other for years. I roll my eyes, heading toward the classroom listed on my schedule. When I step inside, it's a mix of chaos and awkward small talk. People are either glued to their phones or trying to make friends, and I'm somewhere in between. Anxious as hell, but too proud to let it show. I spot an empty seat near the back and make a beeline for it, dropping my bag onto the desk. "First day vibes?" a voice says from behind me. I turn around and see a girl with bright eyes and a messy bun, holding a coffee cup like it's her lifeline. "Something like that," I say, raising an eyebrow. "You?" "Absolutely," she says, grinning. "Name's Lori. What's yours?" "Zara," I reply, leaning back in my chair. "So what brings you here? Always dreamed of sticking needles in people?" She laughs, shaking her head. "Not exactly. My mom's a nurse and she's been on my butt about doing something with my life, so here I am." "You?" I hesitate, glancing at the desk before meeting her gaze. "Just trying to start fresh, I guess." "Fair enough," she says, taking the seat next to me. "Fresh starts are good. What did you do before this?" I smirk, crossing my arms. "You don't want to know." "Oh, now I definitely want to know," she says, leaning closer. "Let's just say I've seen some crap," I reply, grinning. Lori laughs, shaking her head. "All right, mystery girl, I'll let it slide. For now, the instructor walks in and the room quiets down. The lecture starts and I try to focus, but Lori keeps sneaking glances at me like she's sizing me up. At the first break, she turns to me, her expression curious. "Okay, seriously, what's your deal? You've got this whole I've been through hell vibe going on." I shrug, trying to play it cool. Maybe I have? "Damn," she says, sipping her coffee. "You're not going to make this easy, are you?" "Not even a little," I say, smirking. She laughs again, and it's easy, genuine. For the first time all day, I feel like maybe I won't completely hate this place. By the time the class ends, Lori's walking with me to the parking lot, still talking a mile a minute. "So Zara," she says, slinging her bag over her shoulder, "you want to grab coffee sometime? Bond over this nursing school hellhole?" I glance at her, surprised by how easy it is to say. "Yeah, sure." "Cool," she says, grinning. "First round's on me." As I watch her walk away, I can't help but smile. This fresh start, maybe it's exactly what I needed.